Давайте сторону дождешься. Aby trochu ďalej posunutý. Aby trochu ďalej. Si myslím. Bubakli, čo vyvalenec? Čo vyvalená lokšo? Vyvalená lokšo. Vyvalená lokšo. Rozvalený tabak. No. Dojdeme sa svojho ležiaša. Ale je veľmi, veľmi zlé časy. Veľmi zlé časy. Polasicky prešli. Posaď sa, Grachana. Posaď sa. Posaď sa. Môžeš nazvať orechy. Posaď sa, chlapina, máme orechy. Si daj orechy. Daj si orechy. Daj si orech, neboj sa. Neboj sa, daj si orech. Fuck.
V minulom videu sme videli, ako neužívať vitamín D a teraz vám poviem, ako v AKV riešime deficit, teda nedostatok Dčka. Prečo je D vitamín taký dôležitý? Prečo ho vlastne konečne vyšetrujú? Prečo o ňom každý hovorí? Nebudem vás zaťažovať detailami, ani vás ohúrovať jeho biologickými účinkami, ale poviem vám dôležitú vec. Fakt totiž je, že každá jedna bunka v našom tele, a máme ich asi 10 triliónov, každá bunka v našom tele má uši pre vitamín D. Každá bunka v našom tele počuje signál a účinok vitamínu D. Každá bunka má receptor, ktorý umožňuje bunke cítiť to, či je vitamínu D dosť a či je aktívny, účinný a spôsobuje v našich bunkách, našich tkaní, našich orgánov dôležité funkcie. Vitamín D nie je zázračná látka, ale je to látka veľmi, veľmi dôležitá. A takto to vyzerá v krvi. Toto je zatiaľ to, čo o tom vieme. Keď dostanete výsledky z laboratória, môžete to nájsť v dvoch hodnotách. Nanomol na liter alebo mikrogram na liter. Toto je dôležité vedieť, pretože normálne rozpätie, ktoré by sme naznačili takto, normálne rozpätie sa pre jednotky mikrogram na liter uvádza od 30
Beloch, naša žena.
do
Jaká si
80.
náfučená.
A
Beloch.
pre jednotky nanomol na liter je
Čo?
to isté,
Šprikačka.
ale 2,5 násobok, čiže od 75 do 200. Toto je naozaj dôležité, pretože ja už som niekoľkokrát zažil klienta, ktorý mi doniesol výsledok, o ktorom lekár, ktorý to hodnotil, povedal, že je to v poriadku a pritom si ten lekár nevšimol, že hodnotí jednotku nanomol na liter a o čísle 50 povedal, že je v poriadku, pretože bol zvyknutý na hodnoty mikrogram na liter a tam hodnota 50 naozaj môže znamenať, že všetko je v poriadku. Takže je dôležité skontrolovať si, v akej jednotke máte D vitamín vyšetrené. Takto máme zadefinovanú situáciu a ešte dopoviem dôležitú vec, že Jedna vec je norma a druhá vec je optimálna hladina. Optimálna hladina sa nachádza tam, kde je D vitamín najúčinnejší v tej koncentrácii pre ľudí s ťažkými autoimunitnými stavmi, s ľuďmi, ktorí riešia poruchy imunity, ľudia, ktorí riešia zápalové ochorenia, ľudia, ktorí sa liečia na rakovinu alebo chcú predchádzať rakovine. Jednoducho optimálne hodnoty sa uvádzajú pre jednotku mikrogram okolo 60 až 65 a pre jednotku nanomol je to okolo 160, 162. Takto sme si zadefinovali situáciu. A ja vám rozpoviem krátky príbeh. Vitamínu D sa venujem asi 8 rokov a začalo to tým, že som pred tými 8 rokmi, a bolo to v máji, niekedy pri preventívnej prehliadke, povedal, no a prosím vás, vyšetrite mi aj D vitamín, nech vidíte, koľko to má byť. Ja som bol už v máji opálený, pretože v tom roku sa dal hrať tenis vonku už koncom marca a na moje veľké prekvapenie ukázalo sa, že moja hodnota bola 16. 16 mikrogramov na liter. Bol som hlboko pod normou, bol som hlboko pod dolnú hranicu normy. Čo som urobil? Nasadil som 400 medzinárodných jednotiek vitamínu D. Odporúčaná denná dávka. O 3 mesiace som si nechal skontrolovať krv a zistil som, že to mám 14. Nie, že by to klesalo, to je štatisticky nevýznamný rozdiel, tá hodnota bola v podstate rovnaká. Nasadil som 800 medzinárodných jednotiek, pretože to je dvojnásobok dennej dávky, čo sa stalo o 3 mesiace. Mal som hodnotu 21. Zistil som, a odborná literatúra to potvrdzuje, že užívanie dennej odporúčanej dávky nemôže nijako ovplyvniť deficit, ktorý sa zistí. Prečo? Pretože odporúčaná denná dávka je určená na to, aby vám doplnila vitamín D, ktorý v ten deň stratíte. Ak sa dlhodobo nachádzate s koncentráciou D vitamínu nízko, denná odporúčaná dávka vám ho bude udržiavať tam, kde ho máte. Nemôže za žiadnych okolností denná odporúčaná dávka 400 alebo 800 medzinárodných jednotiek pomôcť zvýšiť vaše hodnoty z deficitných na optimálne hladiny. Prečo vlastne máme tak často zistený deficit? Prečo máme tie deficitné hodnoty také veľké? Prečo to máme tak nízko s tým Dčkom? Nevieme celkom presne, ale celkom určite k tomu prispieva náš strach zo slnka. Sme dlhodobo ovplyvnení
vitamín D neexistuje.
Naši predkovia žili inak v tomto zmysle. A ja dlhodobo varujem pred týmto varovaním, ktoré sa dnes ukazuje ako zbytočné a dokonca veľmi škodlivé a kontraproduktívne, pretože vplyvom dlhodobého strachu zo slnečného žiarenia vzniká dlhodobý deficit vitamínu D. A
Stillmas má
že
v sebe.
Toto všetko
Toto má v sebe. Vitamín D.
Tento výskytu niektorých onkologických ochorení a dokonca, úplne paradoxne, v krajinách, kde ľudia zo strachu pred UV žiarením majú deficit D vitamínu, tak stúpa výskyt melanómu. Rakoviny kože, ktorú má spôsobovať UV žiarenie a pred ktorým sa máme chrániť, aby sme nemali rakovinu kože. Tak D vitamín chráni pred rakovinou kože a deficit D vitamínu spôsobuje v súčasnosti nárast melanómu v niektorých krajinách, kde sa ľudia stránia slnka. Dlhodobo odporúčam nikdy sa nespálte, ale nebojte sa opáliť. Naši predkovia, ktorí po zime vyliezli zo svojich domov k jarným prácam, boli postupne vystavení slnečnému svetlu, akože si na to zvykla. Tie tváre boli pošlávané vetrom a slnkom, ale deficit D vitamínu zrejme nemali. Ako mali, tak nie rozhodne na takej úrovni, ako ho my máme dnes. A už o chvíľu vám prezradím, ako to riešime v AKV. Ale dovolte mi dve prosby. Ak sa vám páčia naše videá, my sa naozaj veľmi snažíme.
V Orechoch to je, ne?
Staňte sa odberateľný.
Čom to je? Je to v Orechoch?
Dolu, zaškrtnite nielen aktívny odber. Všetky naše videá sa ku vám dostanú okamžite po ich zverejnení. A moja druhá prosba alebo ponuka znie, napíšte nám dolu do komentu tému, ktorú by ste chceli v našich ďalších videách vidieť. Väčšina výsledkov vyšetrenia vitamínu D v krvi u ľudí, ktorí neužívajú žiadny výživový doplnok s D vitamínom, vyzerá na hodnotách 14-16. Toto je naozaj veľmi častý štandardný nález. Ako to vyriešiť? Nasadíte dennú dávku? Budete jesť sardinky? Pôjdete sa opalovať? Výskumy a prepočty ukazujú, že by ste museli zjesť niekoľko kilogramov sardiniek denne počas niekoľkých týždňov, aby ste sa z deficitných hodnôt dostali niekde.
Kilogramy sardiniek.
Ak by ste to chceli riešiť opalovaním, museli by ste zrobiť plavčíka do Austrálie alebo pokrývača striech do Afriky, pretože potrebujete denne 12 až 14 hodín na slnku počas niekoľkých týždňov, aby ste ten deficit odtiaľto dostali na optimálne hodnoty.
Fuck me.
Myslím si, že to teda nejde inak v tomto prípade, než pomocou výživových doplnkov, či vo forme kvapík alebo tabletiek, ale užívajte to správne, užívajte to vždy s jedlom a užívajte to v dávkach, ktoré majú zmysel. Takéto deficitné hodnoty nemôžeme riešiť dennou dávkou 400 až 800 medzinárodných jednotiek. Takéto hodnoty v AKV riešime pomocou dennej dávky 3000 až 5000 medzinárodných jednotiek D vitamínu denne a o 3 mesiace odporúčame urobiť kontrolu. Ideálne v rovnakom laboratóriu, pretože hodnoty výsledkov medzi dvomi rôznymi laboratóriami nie je možné relevantne porovnať. 3000 až 5000 medzinárodných jednotiek denne je bezpečná dávka. Je dávka, ktorá bude funkčná, ktorá vám môže niečo zmeniť. Každý človek môže zareagovať na tieto denné dávky inak. Sú klienti, ktoré zareagujú strmším nárastom a po 3 mesiacoch sa možno dostanú pri tejto dávke 5000 sa možno dostanú niekde na úroveň 40-50. A sú klienti, ktorí na rovnakej dávke sa veľko ťažko dostanú cez 30. Ukazuje sa teda, že aj vstrebávanie vitamínu
to nepomôže nejako. Well, lepšie ako nič.
Na to. Ale čo vieme je, že ešte nikdy sme týmito dávkami žiadneho klienta nepredávkovali. Nemusíte sa báť, je to veľmi bezpečné. Dokonca v prípadoch, ktoré vyžadujú z týchto hodnot čo najrýchlejšiu potrebu dosiahnuť optimálne hodnoty. Pretože ak sa liečite napríklad na rakovinu hrubého čreva alebo prsníka, chcete mať hodnoty vitamínu D až v hornej štvrtine normy. Pretože ľudia, ktorí majú hodnotu D vitamínu tu, majú oproti ľuďom, ktorí majú vitamín D síce v norme, ale v dolnej štvrtine normy majú o 50% väčšiu šancu, že sa vyliečia z rakoviny hrubého čreva, z rakoviny prsníka. To sú závažné veci. To je veľmi veľký a podstatný faktor. To chcete mať tu. Ak to chceme čo najrýchlejšie dostať sem, tak používame až dávky 10 000 medzinárodných jednotiek denne. Ešte stále je to bezpečná denná dávka. Môžete to užívať mesiac, 2 mesiace a potom treba urobiť kontrolu krvi.
Ja mám len 1000.
Takže toto je spôsob, akým riešime deficitné hodnoty D vitamínu a vždy po 3 mesiacoch kontrolujeme D v krvi a na základe výsledku nastavujeme a upravujeme tú dávku. Pre udržanie vitamínu D v optimálnom pásme
Dám len 1000.
je potrebné užívať pre niekoho 1000, pre niekoho 3000 a ukazuje sa, že pre niekoho dokonca aj 5000 medzinárodných jednotiek stále denne. Z tohto vyplýva asi aj vec, ktorá vás neprekvapí, a to je fakt, že neodporúčam ani v letných mesiacoch znižovať dávku vitamínu D. Ale ľudí to v lete škrtne alebo prestane užívať, pretože je presvedčený, že chodia na slnko v dostatočnej miere. Nechodia. Sme zavretí, žijeme zavretí a keď už konečne vyjdeme na 2 týždne niekam na slnko, tak sa súc vystrašený a poučený natierame ochrannými prostriedkami, ktoré bránia prieniku UV žiarenia a vytváraniu dostatočnej dávky alebo dostatočnej koncentrácie vitamínu D.
Fakt.
To je po prvé. A po druhé, a to tiež vás možno prekvapí, ako to často zažívam, čím viac ste opálení, tým menej D vitamínu vytvárate. D vitamín nie je hnedý. D vitamín vzniká v krvi z molekúl, ktoré sú substrátom pre tvorbu vitamínu D, ale pigmentová vrstva v koži bráni prieniku tých UV lúčov k molekulám, z ktorých má vzniknúť D vitamín.
Fakt.
Dôkaz? Černoch potrebuje asi 6-krát toľko času na vytvorenie určitej dávky vitamínu D ako beloch. Čím ste v lete tmavší, tým viac času potrebujete stráviť na slnku, aby ste vytvorili rovnaké množstvo vitamínu D, ako keď ste neboli v plávaní. Verím, že tieto informácie pomôžu v opodstatnení zisteného deficitu, teda nedostatku vitamínu D v krvi. Ak nemáte vyšetrený D-vitamín, ale chcete si to nejako...
Ten D-vitamín je pičný problém.
Chcete užívať D-vitamín, neužívajte dávky viac ako 1000 až 2000 medzinárodných jednotiek podľa hmotnosti a pri najbližšej kontrole krvi, pri najbližšom odbere dajte si vyšetriť to D-čko. Ďalšie informácie o vitamíne D nájdete na našej stránke Encyklopédia KVSK alebo v knihe Návod na prežitie pre ženy. Želám vám optimálne hodnoty vitamínu D v krvi.
Tu je len 2000. Takisto. No nič, dám 1000 denne. Dám 1000 denne. A lepšie ako nič. 1000 denne. No. V podstate, takže ja sa nemusím báť každý deň dávať hento. To mi nedá aj tak veľa. Jamieson má len 1000. Jamieson má len 1000 denne. To ma iba udrží nad vodou. To ma iba udrží nad vodou v ten deň. Aby som nestracol viacej, aj keď neviem, koľko vitamínu D ja môžem mať, či ja môžem ešte strácať vitamín D. Ale to ma zaujímalo, koľko vitamínu D koľko by mne vitamínu D namerali. Ja som chodil von len v noci. Môžeme povedať, že 10 rokov chodím von len v noci. Ako s kľudným svedomím môžeme povedať, že ja som 10 rokov nebol v podstate na slnku. Ne? Bo na slnku znamená byť, že tam dojdeš na slnku a si tam. Ako boli časy, keď bola Tereza a keď som sa spekal hodinku, dve, keď som mal hodinku, dve hlavu na slnku, aby som sa opálil kvôli pičnej Tereze, kvôli pičnej žene. Takže áno, boli takéto časy, keď som bol na slnku, nejakú tú hodinku, dve, ale reálne môžem povedať, že ja som, alebo dobre, povedzme 5 rokov. Kedy bola Tereza? To bolo viac ako 5 rokov, že? Alebo dobre, povedzme 3 roky. 3 roky, ja. 3 roky to už bude, no. 3 roky som nebol na slnku. 3 roky som nevidel slnko. Ako vieme si predstaviť, aký deficit D ja musím mať? S tým, že naozaj ja nič nejem. Ja skoro nič nejem. Plus... Koľko mám v sebe toto? Má to nejaké? Ja nič nejem, plus som nebol na slnku, dá sa povedať 3 roky. Ako u mňa ja som vôbec zázrak, že chodím. Toto je koľko? Toto je hovno. To je nič. To je úplne hovno. To je nič. Holy shit. To ja by som potreboval povedať ani 2000 mi nestačí. Ja by som potreboval povedať minimálne 3000. Toto. 4000. Toto. A otázka, aké kvalitné to môže byť. Keď tu píšu, že je to len 1000 a koľko drahšie to je ako tento Jim Beam. Toto je zase, tu bavíme o tej kvalite toho celého. Zase tu bavíme o tej kvalite. 2500 Jamieson. A ďalšia otázka je, či to vôbec spracujem, či som vôbec schopný to spracovať. Ale čo takéto by som mal povedať, 5000 dávku. Toto by som mal povedať, 5000 dávku. Toto je na celý rok, to je 365. Toto je na celý rok vitamín D. Aké kvalitné to môže byť, keď tam 365 kapsul a stojí to 21. I guess. Ale aj tak je to lacné govno. No nič. To je celé hovno. Ja by som musel neviem koľko dávok do seba dávať. Ešte s ostatnými inými vecami. Aby som to dostal podľa mňa na nejakú mizivú úroveň. Ja som slnko nevidel 2 roky. Ja som 2 roky nevidel slnko. A to nie je, že slnko, ja som ani stravu nemal. Ja som ani jedlo nemal, odkiaľ by som zohnal vitamín D. Takže reálne, ja sa čudujem, že som ešte naživ. Ako to je zvláštne. Toto... A depresia a zlá nálada to není kvôli vitamínom. Ja mám depresiu kvôli tomu, že žijem na svete kokotov a že život nemá zmysel. To nemá nič spoločné s vitamínmi. To sú kokotiny. Ja môžem povedať najlepšie jedla na svete, najviac vitamínov na svete máte, depresiu bude mať vždy. To nemá s tým nič spoločné. Časté choroby, infekcie, nemám odkiaľ získať, únava, slabosť. Únavu, slabosť bude mať vždy, ale nechýba každý den vitamín, každý spôsob únavu, slabosť. Takže v podstate toto ťa nezabije. To ti nespraví nič, tento nedostatok tohto vitamínu. To je hovno. Toto nie je také nebezpečné, ako keď máš horčík a iné veci. Ale dávam 1000 do seba. Dám 1000. Stillmass nemá v sebe nič. Mal by som si namixovať banán znovu. Už je 6 hodín. Je 6 hodín, potom si namixovať banán. Ty nemáš žiadny vitamín D, čo? Tento je fajn, má v sebe 2000. A použijeme Jamesona. Má Stillmass a multivitamíny? Ako dobre sú na to? Ale Stillmass má multivitamíny, ale slabé. Slabé. Je také slabé to. Toto je hovno. Toto není 1000. A to sú 2 kapsule, to je slabé. To sú 2 kapsule. To je slabé. To je slabé. To je slabé. Takže mňa aj nepomôže ten Jameson nejako. Ako pomôže mi, lebo dostávam do seba nejaký vitamín D. Takže už... Ale nezvýši mi hodnoty vitamínu D. Tie tablety mi... Ako je zaujímavá vec, že tie tablety, tie Jameson, mi nedoplňa vitamíny. Oni mi dajú len dennú dávku. To znamená, oni mi dajú ledva dennú dávku, povedzme. To znamená, ja budem stále v masívnom deficite. Na večné veky. Ja budem na večné veky v deficite vitamínov. Ja som vitamínový deficit. Koľko počkej tu, ja si namixujem, dobre? Ja si namixujem nejaký odvar. Ty asi odletíš, keď odídem, ale potrebujem si namixovať. Gogo. Daj si jeden vrch. Tu si daj toto. Nebuď podražený. Čo sa dráždíš? Idem si namixovať. Prišiel čas dať si Boha. Počkaj, tu nikam nechoď. Škrečok. Takže tam má len 1000 jednotiek. Jameson má len 1000 jednotiek, to je nič. Počkaj, tu nikam nechoď. Ja si mixujem banán, dobre? Mixujem si banán, halleluja. Mixujem si banán, halleluja. To nemám šancu. To by som musel povedať 4000 jednotiek vitamínu D. A tam je zase otázka, koľko z toho vitamínu v tých kapsulách je efektívny vitamín, koľko si schopný z toho zobrať. Tam musíš rátať, že z toho minimálne 20% nezoberieš, že 20% je podradný tovar minimálne. To znamená, z tých 1000 jednotiek ešte musíš odpočítať 400. Minimálne by som povedal. Takže. A lepšie ako nič. Takže ako pointa je, že sa nemusíš obávať, že ťa Jameson predávkuje. Hej. Nepredávkuje ťa, nemá šancu, pretože mňa určite nie. Pretože ja mám taký veľký nedostatok vitamínov, že denná dávka, že tie vitamíny sú Jamesonov, ja by som musel povedať 2 tie tablety denne. Reálne. 2 Jamesony denne by som musel dávať. 2 Jamesony denne by som musel dávať. 2000 jednotiek. Potom sú tam ale ostatné vitamíny, železo a iné veci. To všetko funguje na rovnakej báze. To tiež nedoplním ani na Vianoce. No že ja vitamín nedoplním nikdy, to sa nedá. To je nereálne. To by som musel, na to, aby som ja doplnil vitamín, to by som musel strašné bomby dávať. To by som musel dávať strašne veľké bomby vitamínov a stále je tu tá otázka, že koľko je schopné moje telo spracovať, koľko vitamínov spracujem, koľko nespracujem. Je to celé moc komplikované, moc zosraté. Takže v podstate je to, čo to je. V orechoch není vitamín D. Naozaj nie je v orechoch vitamín D. On je káčke v orechoch, čo? Čo je v orechoch? Aké vitamíny majú v sebe pistácie, povedzme? Čo to obsahuje? Niečo musia obsahovať. Nejaký vitamín obsahujú. Vy nehovorte. Oni obsahujú bielkoviny. To je všetko? Ne. Takže áno, K je to. Je to K. Je to EK a B6. A železo. EK, B6, železo, no B. Amen. Ale aké je to veľmi tragické, že žiješ nezmyselný, tupý život, že doslova žiješ úplne zbytočne a len žiješ, aby si žil. To znamená, ty sa narodíš a ja sa teraz v podstate len snažím žiť. Kvôli čomu? Kvôli ničomu, len tak zo sračky. To znamená, ja normálne tu bojujem o prežitie. Celý význam života je bojovanie o to, ako dlho budem žiť, tento nezmyselný život. Ako dlho budem žiť túto sračku. Doslova sa snažím len žiť, ale kvôli ničomu. Len kvôli tomu, že je to výzva. Je to, alebo čo to je, ako by som to povedal, rozumiem sa. Len celá náplň života je len žiť. Snažiť sa žiť, snažiť sa doplniť vitamíny, snažiť sa prežiť, snažiť sa necítiť zle. To si rovno môžeš golku vpáliť do hlavy a máš pokoj. Nemusíš sa srať. Lebo aj tak z toho nič nemáš. Žiadnu odmenu z toho nemáš. Len sa snažiť žiť kvôli ničomu. Taký vitamín, hen taký minerál, onaký minerál. Potom máš taký deficit, hen taký deficit. Tak rozumieme sa. Lebo normálne môže povedať, že dajme tomu, že žiješ kvôli tomu, aby si povedzme urobil nejakú zmenu, alebo snaží sa vynájsť nejaký liek, hej? Že pointa, prečo žiješ, je, že že vynachádzaš liek, aby ľudia neboli kokoti. Hej, to je zmysel toho života. Hej. A kvôli tomu, že teda sa snažíš ten liek vynájsť, ktorý spraví z ľudí kvalitné osobnosti, hej, tak kvôli tomu žiješ, kvôli tomu sa snažíš prežiť. Lenže ja sa kvôli čomu snažím prežiť? Kvôli ničomu. Doslova len preto, aby som žil na svete chujov. Celá moja výzva je len prežiť. Doslova len prežiť. Chore. Čo je tohle? Chore. Počkaj tu, nikam nechoď, nechcem tu. Počkaj tu, zasvietím ti. To znamená, hej taký nedostatok, hej taká sračka, onaká sračka. Hej. Len žijem, len sa snažím žiť, ale kvôli ničomu. Celá výzva je len žiť. Doslova výzva je žiť. Dobre, dáme si banán. Myslím, že už som ho dosť namixoval. Proste nič. Taký vitamín, hen taký vitamín. Onaký vitamín. Vitamín D v živote nedobehneme, na to môžeme zabudnúť. To by som musel byť každý deň 8 hodín na slnku ďalších 5 rokov. Keby som bol 8 hodín na slnku každý deň po dobu 5 rokov, tak by som asi dobehol. A ešte k tomu by som povedal tablety, tak by som asi dobehol. Aj to neviem, pretože keby som bol každý deň na slnku 8 hodín, tak by som bol hnedý. No a keď si hnedý a čierny, počul si pičusa. Tak potom spracovávaš menej vitamínu, potrebuješ viacej slnka. Takže reálne by som musel povedať, ja neviem, to sa dobehnúť podľa mňa nedá. Lebo keď si zoberieš, že nevieš, koľko ti telo strávi, nevieš, aký kvalitný je ten vitamín v tých tabletách. Má to strašne veľa faktorov. Koľko z tej tablety ty reálne toho vitamínu aj zoberieš, koľko z toho je len punch. To sú všetko také otázky. Musíš rátať s tým, že keď ti tableta povie, že máš 4000, od toho musíš minimálne 20% odpočítať. Z tých 4000 ja si dovolím tvrdiť, že stráviš maximálne, ti telo urobí 1000 alebo 2000, polovicu možno. Ja tomu dajú ako flinch. Bitches. Nedali mu to ako flinch? To je zaujímavé. Nedali mu to ako flinch. Že to je úplne zabité. To je šanca. Nemáš šancu. Ten má celú hlavu červenú už. Prečo sa vás nechajú sa búchať do hlavy? Ale bánovú várku mám siahnutú. Aké nebezpečenstvo?
Hello, health champions. Today we're going to talk about the number one vitamin D danger you must know. You can make a very strong case for vitamin D being the number one deficiency in the world. And not only that, but it's of critical importance. And we're only just learning just how important it is. In fact, some people have said that it's a biomarker of chronic disease and frailty. In other words, looking at nothing else, like you only get one thing on the blood work, and there's a very strong correlation between your vitamin D status and how well you're doing overall. So we're going to talk about a number of critical steps that we all have to have in place in order for us to utilize vitamin D properly. And if you want to follow along and get a copy of these slides, then there's a link down below so that you can get that. Now, when we're talking about what vitamin D does, there is a classic role and a non-classic role. So typically, vitamin D is primarily associated with calcium, phosphorus, and bone, about depositing when vitamin D gets calcium into the bone so it can harden and make proper bone. And this was found out in 1920 based on something called rickets. If you have a severe deficiency of vitamin D as you're growing up, as your bones are growing and lengthening, you can't make hard bone and you get what's called osteomalacia, soft bones. And they found out that vitamin D was completely responsible for these soft bones.
Wow, takže toho sa nemusím báť. Preto som nikdy zlomeniny nemal, preto mám tvrdé kosti. Lebo ja keď som vyrastal, to znamená do 14 rokov, a povedzme do 13 rokov, som sa v kuse vypekal na slnku. Do 13 rokov non-stop. Tak to dáva zmysel, prečo mám zlomeniny.
And as soon as they provided some vitamin D, they solved the problem of rickets. But that was only one thing. That was the first thing they found, but it's only one thing of what vitamin D does. So now we have learned more about its non-classic role, and this has to do with immune function, about activating immune cells, regulating immune cells.
Zase ma celého okadila, neviem prečo to robíš.
And the programmed cell death of cells. Vitamin D is critically important to regulate inflammation. So if vitamin D is low, inflammation goes up. It is also involved with neurogenesis. That means building new brain cells, new brain connections, as in repairing brain tissue after concussions maybe, but also in terms of learning new things. You have to make new connections, and vitamin D is critical for that. So here where there's some controversy, that most of these non-classic roles we have learned in the last 10 years. Not all of it, but the vast majority that we know about vitamin D, we've learned in the last 10 years. To compare with the calcium stuff we found out over 100 years ago. But some people are kind of stuck in this old thinking. So when we ask if you're getting enough vitamin D, some people kind of argue that, yeah, you have enough vitamin D to make bone. And that may be true, but the question then is, do we have enough vitamin D for all these other critical functions? But as important as this stuff is, there's way, way more. So cell proliferation, for example, the production and the maturation of cells, the cell differentiation, the ability of a cell to become a bone cell or a heart cell or a liver cell or a brain cell, that's all about differentiation and about gene stability, the stability of your genetic makeup, of your DNA. So when this is working, we have healthy tissue. Now, there's something called cancer, and cancer is characterized by uncontrolled cell proliferation. It is with poor cell differentiation and with genomic instability. With those three things in place, as we could have with low vitamin D, that is called cancer. So especially malignant, bad cancer that is uncontrolled is associated with low vitamin D. Another thing that can come as dampened is called immune disease. The most common one is is thyroid. We test thyroid antibodies on all of our blood work, and we found in 20-30% of people there are thyroid antibodies. But not just thyroid, there is rheumatoid arthritis, there is lupus, there is ankylosing spondylitis, there is psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, and the list goes on and on and on. Even type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that can be influenced by vitamin D. And then we have all of the neurodegenerative diseases, the breakdown of nervous system tissue, or insufficiencies such as in Parkinson's or Alzheimer's dementia. We also have neuropsychiatric disorders like schizophrenia and depression that are also influenced by vitamin D.
To je kokotina. S vitamínou nemáš depresie.
It is, but there's virtually no
Depresie máš zo života.
where vitamin D is not involved. So call it important is an enormous understatement. And just like we said before, you could look at vitamin D as a single biomarker and get a pretty good idea of how healthy this person is. And then
Vitamín
the
je spôsobu depresie.
is the vitamin D the cause or the result of the disease? In other words, are people sick because they don't get enough vitamin D, or is the vitamin D low because they're sick in the process of utilizing it? And the answer is definitely both. If you're low in vitamin D, it can cause all sorts of problems. And if you are sick, you're not going to process vitamin D as well. So it kind of becomes a vicious cycle. So just how big of a problem is this worldwide? Well, officially, you're called deficient if you are below 20 nanograms per deciliter on the blood test. And that's about 42 to 97% of the world's population, depending on different regions, depending on the country. So in some countries where they fortify with supplement food more, it can be as low as 40, but there's still 40% of the population in those places that are less than 20 nanograms, which is disastrously low. And in some areas, especially in the Middle East, you can find as much as 97% of people being deficient. And then someone said, well, that can't be right. That many people can't possibly be deficient. So they tried to kind of change the guidelines a little bit, and they said, well, we found that even at 12.5 nanograms, most people still mineralize bone pretty well. But see, now they're back into that classic role where they're mostly concerned with whether you can put calcium in the bone or not. They're not really addressing the bigger picture. Either way, even 20 nanograms is way, way too low. And then the next level up, they're not calling you deficient, just insufficient. And that is when you're below 30 nanograms per deciliter. But like I hinted, a lot of these numbers are mostly concerned with the classic role. Are we able to mineralize bone? So the question is, what's really optimal? If we really want the full benefit for hundreds and hundreds of these critical functions, how high do we really need to be? So we're going to talk you through a few steps where you can start understanding that a little bit better. So I'm going to tell you a story about the steps necessary for utilizing vitamin D. So classically, the idea is that we are out in the sun and we get sunlight, and as our skin is exposed to the UV radiation, now we make vitamin D in the skin and all should be well. But most people would agree today that what we can produce via the skin is just not enough today, because there's so many different factors that can interfere. And one, for example, is air pollution. That because of the extensive amount of air pollution, we're not making vitamin D the way we used to. Another thing is that if you ran around naked in the sun all day long, you'd probably be okay. But I have noticed most people tend to wear clothes, and they tend to spend quite a bit of time indoors. And also pigmentation. The darker your skin, the more you kind of repel that UV radiation. So the darker your skin, the less you can convert and make vitamin D. Latitude, if you live really far from or quite far from the equator, you also don't get as much sun or not the same intensity of sun. The intensity will change with the season and the time of day. So if you're mostly out in the sun, like toward the end of the day, then the sun isn't strong enough to really convert a lot either. Then as we age, the conversion goes down further. And then there's all these different conditions like insulin resistance, which 80% of the population has to some degree, where they eat too many carbohydrates and too much sugar, and the insulin stops working properly. It's not enough, so we have to make more insulin, and we become insulin resistant. That also interferes with vitamin D production. So for most people, the only realistic alternative is to get vitamin D also through diet and or supplementation. And whether we get it through diet or supplementation, now of course we have to absorb it. And in terms of diet, there's very, very few dietary sources. Really, it's a few animal products. The only rich product really is cod liver oil and cod liver pate, if you eat those on a regular basis. And the other one would be irradiated mushrooms. That's a pretty strong source. So mushrooms that have been exposed to UV light. There's a little bit in various animal products and animal fats like butter and cream and animal fats and eggs, but not really enough. So supplementation is really the only practical and reasonable way for most people to get their vitamin D on a daily basis. So now when we eat it as food or a supplement, of course, it gets into the stomach and we have to break it down. And in order to break it down, we need digestive enzymes to break down our food. And because vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, we also need to eat with fat. If you eat a very low-fat diet and you don't release enough bile, for example, you're not going to break down and make use of that vitamin D very well. In fact, they found that by eating a vitamin D supplement with the biggest meal of the day, you could increase absorption by 50% because it's absorbed as part of food, as part of fat. And if you have a bigger meal, then there's going to be more digestive enzymes and a more involved absorption process for that. But then the vitamin D has to be transported. So just because it got in your stomach and you managed to absorb it and even get it into the bloodstream, it still doesn't do you any good. And there is something called a vitamin D binding protein, VDBP for short. And if that protein is low, that means that there's less vitamin D activity. Because virtually no vitamin D is floating around by itself. It's all carried to where it needs to go by this VDBP. So not only do you need to have enough vitamin D, you also need to have enough of this protein. And if you don't, for example, they have found an increased risk of malignant tumors, especially as it relates to breast cancer, prostate cancer, and colorectal cancer. And there is a strong association with these cancers and a low VDBP. And then, of course, if you don't have enough of the protein, it's still going to help to take more vitamin D so that you can saturate it better, so that there's more available. And in fact, they found that in a group of people, just taking 1,100 international units per day, which still isn't a whole lot, they reduced the risk of this cancer by 60 to 77%. But the binding protein also isn't enough. It can only transport it. But now we need to get it into the cell. So we have all these different steps that build on each other. And the next is, like I mentioned, to get it into the cell. And now we have something called a vitamin D receptor. So the binding protein is going to take this vitamin D from the bloodstream or from the skin and take it to its target organ. And now we have these little receptors on the surface of the cell, and only if those VDR receptors are working can we get the vitamin D in and express that biological function. And these vitamin D receptors are basically on every cell in the body, but they're more highly expressed where the vitamin D is the most important. And these would be places like your kidney cells, your immune cells, your bone cells, but also in special places in your nervous system, a lot of different places, but among others, the substantia nigra, which is associated with making dopamine and Parkinson's. So if you have low vitamin D, you can't really get the full activity out of your substantia nigra. Your dopamine goes down and you're at increased risk for Parkinson's. Hypothalamus is an area that regulates your hormones and your hunger and your thirst and temperature and so forth. So now when these areas don't work, now we have neuropsychiatric effects like schizophrenia, depression. We have neurocognitive like Parkinson's and various motor disorders and dementia. And we even have a lot of different endocrine disorders and hormone imbalances. Even diabetes has a very strong link to vitamin D, and they link it specifically to this vitamin D receptor, both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So when vitamin D is low, now there is less insulin release. We produce less, so you can't manage blood glucose as well. But the main thing, of course, leading to diabetes to type 2 is insulin resistance. When we have a lot of vitamin D, then insulin resistance goes down. When vitamin D is low, insulin resistance goes up.
Čuje.
And when our immune system is down, if vitamin D is low, immune regulation goes down. Now we have less defenses against type 1 diabetes, which is an autoimmune disease. And that brings us to cofactors. So we can go through all these different steps. We can get the vitamin D into the cell, but we still can't necessarily have vitamin D activity, at least not all of it, because most nutrients, most enzymes and cofactors, they work together with other things. And the number one cofactor to help you process vitamin D is going to be healthy foods. Rich, whole, healthy foods that are grown the right way and cooked the right way provide more nutrients, more cofactors than anything else possibly could. If you eat processed food and a bunch of sugar, now you're missing a little bit of everything. The number two thing is exercise, believe it or not, because exercise optimizes the function. It activates every cell in your body. It allows it to live up to its potential, if you will. Now, first and third place is adequate vitamin D intake. So whether you get it from the sun or whether you need to supplement, obviously you have to get enough vitamin D one way or the other. Number four is magnesium. Magnesium participates in hundreds of different chemical reactions and pathways in the body, and it is the most important cofactor for vitamin D to do its thing. Number five is omega-3 fatty acids. The EPA and the DHA, they are also essential for activating and transporting vitamin D. Number six is zinc. If you haven't noticed yet, zinc tends to show up in all sorts of places. Number seven is boron, which is another essential mineral. And number eight is vitamin K2. Now, some people need to add that as a supplement. Some people can manufacture it through the gut, and we do get some through food as well. A lot of times, it is recommended that you get your vitamin D3 in combination with a vitamin K2. I haven't found that to be optimal most of the time. I find that a lot of people need to start with vitamin D3 and do that for maybe 3 to 6 months, and then maybe for some of them to start adding in vitamin K2. But how much vitamin D do you need to take? we've pretty much concluded that most people should supplement, but how much? So the basic recommendation is that you should get at least 600 IUs per day, international units, and if you're over the age of 60 or so, you should get 800 IUs. Now, if you're in a different part of the world, sometimes they measure this in micrograms, and then you divide the international units by 40.
Koko, ale pozri.
The standard guidelines also say that 2,000 IUs is the max.
Pozri, ty kadič,
Yeah.
pozri.
Now,
Pozri, ty
here's the
kadič.
problem, that for a lot of people, that is not going to be enough. That 2,000 IUs might be okay for some people. And it's a lot of genetic factors, it's about sun exposure, etc. But 2,000 IUs is not going to be enough for most people. 5,000 is going to be okay for a lot of people, but we also have a lot of people in the clinic taking 5,000 IUs and they're still deficient on their blood work even after months of taking that. And we test vitamin D on everyone in the clinic. Some people take 10,000 and it is probably too much for most people. So in the clinic, we find that the majority of people probably center in around 5,000 IUs. If they take 10,000, that's, if they're really deficient, we probably put them on 10,000 for a month or two. But in the long run, 10,000 is going to put you over. It's going to put you into vitamin D toxicity, which is also something that you really don't want. So here's the thing, because there's so many variables, so much individual variability, and so many factors to weigh in, you really don't know unless you measure. You've got to get a blood test and you've got to get the level. So next time you do blood work, you have to either order it or insist that they put it on there. And once you get the results back from the blood levels, what are we talking about? What should a good level be? Well, less than 20 nanograms is, like you said, it's deficient. It is much under, it's in the red zone basically. And if you're in the US, typically they're going to measure nanograms per deciliter. If you're in other parts of the world, they might measure in nanomoles per liter. And the way to get from one to the other is you multiply the nanograms by 2.5. So I'll give you both units. Then in the orange zone, meaning you're insufficient, it's still too low, but it's not critical, that's 30 nanograms, which would be 75 nanomoles. Now, with most people who are involved with functional medicine, with nutrition, with holistic practices, people that do a lot of blood work and specialize in that, they will set the lower limit at 50 nanograms, which would be 125 nanomoles. And the upper end of optimal is probably around 80 nanograms or 200 nanomoles. So that's the range that you're looking for optimal, between 50 and 80. And the reason that we want to be in this range, and for a lot of people, you probably want to be towards the higher end of that, is that while some people can probably get by with 30, like we just talked about, there's so much individual variability in terms of absorption, in terms of binding protein transport, and vitamin D receptor, and your availability of cofactors, that if you have one or more limitations along the way, then you have to compensate by having some more. So if you are hovering around the upper end, you're probably doing well. But we also get people in on the blood work, and now they're over 100. And this is where we want to back off, because there is such a thing as vitamin D toxicity. It can put your blood calciums too high. It can cause all sorts of problems in your body. So you really don't want to go too high either. And that's why it's so important to measure this stuff. So 100 nanograms would be 250 nanomoles. And where it really gets to be a problem is over 150 nanograms or 375 nanomoles. This is vitamin D toxicity. And it's not real easy to get there, but you want to make sure you don't get even close. You probably have to take tens of thousands for quite a long time, but like you said, there's also some variability. And we've had people get to 100 without taking a whole lot. For some people, that could be 2, 3, 4, 5,000, and other people need to take 10,000 and they still don't get there. So you need to measure it, and you need to stay and monitor and then stay in a good range. So I hope you see that vitamin D is too important to ignore. It's too important not to know where you are. It governs so many critical functions. So you need to measure, you need to know where you are. You can't just take 2,000 or 5,000 and assume. And then you supplement based on that measurement, and then you recheck and you monitor, and then you rinse and repeat as necessary. After you're in the beginning, you probably want to check every 2 to 3 months until you get a handle on it. And I think you should check blood work. Anytime you try to make changes, you should get blood work every 3 months. Once you get some results and you learn your baseline and you get stable, you don't need to take blood work nearly as often, and the same holds true for vitamin D. But you need to start understanding how your body functions. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Life-saving video. You fucking me. Are you fucking me?
And it's all about the guns. No appreciation for getting all up close and personal.
Are you fucking me?
Did AF send someone over here to spy on what I'm making? Well, it won't work.
And I always get people asking me, why don't you find somebody? Why don't you find somebody? Well, we're going to answer those questions. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't want anybody anymore. I'm happy. I'm the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. My life is more successful now than it's ever been. Life used to be simple. We were told, go to school, get a job, and find somebody to get married and live happily ever after, right? Well, in today's society, that doesn't work. So if you're over 40, if you're over 50, you find yourself alone. But you're not alone, because a lot of people are doing it. Excuse the traffic. The sun is coming up. The birds are chirping. I'm sure somebody's going to complain about the birds chirping. That's where I live, okay? So I am 59 years old. I have been living here alone with my dogs. Actually been alone for 13 years. I've been here 11 years. And I always get people asking me, why don't you find somebody? Why don't you find somebody? Well, we're going to answer those questions. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't want anybody anymore. You ready? All right. Well, I, like a lot of people, went through many relationships. I was married twice, divorced twice. A lot of that was me. I was selfish. Okay. I drank. I worked night shifts. That will kill a relationship quicker than anything. Working nights, especially if they're working days, your spouse is working days. That does not work. So you have to really find somebody that's really compatible, which is very hard to do. It can be done, but it's hard to do. I guess I didn't. And then my 40s hit. And I don't know what happened in my 40s, but it was like my wild years. Okay, chasing women and partying, going to the nightclubs. That lasted probably till I was 46. And then I grew tired of that and started staying home. And I'd date women and, and on and off till I was probably 40. That ended when I moved here. I want to tell you why. The pickings are slim here. Let me tell you, they're very, very slim. The attractive women are almost non-existent here. I know, I'm going to piss off some women. It's all right, I'm going to be brutally honest. There is just not an abundance of attractive women here. Do they have to be attractive? Not necessarily. But there's nothing here. And I've been here, I have not dated one single person from this area in the entire time I've lived here. Not because I couldn't. It's because everybody is attracted to a certain type of person. Well, that person ain't here. Okay. And I don't go out looking. And I have adjusted very well to living single. And we're going to go over the cons, pros and cons of this. And let me tell you, the cons are very few, very, very few that I've found out. I don't know how to say this and without hurting some feelings, and I guess there's no way to say it without hurting feelings, but the problem today is women and men, and I was one of them, are just too overweight. I don't find overweight people attractive. I was not attractive. I still ain't, but hey, anybody that's overweight, it is not an attractive feature, okay? You do not want to wake up in the morning and roll over and grab your spouse and have to open your arms this wide. That's just one thing, okay? And it seems, I guess it depends where you live. I mean, there's two kinds, there's several kinds of women, several kinds of men. I'm also not attracted to the type of woman that always has to be in the beauty parlor, getting their nails done, constantly messing with their hair. It's fake. It's fake to me. Yes, they might look good, but is that what they really look like when all the makeup's off and the hair is down? No. You're putting on a mask is what you're doing. And that never used to be so much of a issue in the 40s and 50s. Yeah, the 50s women, they all wore dresses. And women get mad about that. Oh, I ain't wearing no dress. But they look nice, But I think a lot of it is, I grew up in a different time when people weren't overweight and the abundance of people that were not overweight were out there. Now there's not. And I think these younger generations have grown up with that because you'll see skinny guys with big women and it doesn't seem to bother them. Maybe it's me, okay? But you will never convince me a man or woman that is overweight is attractive. It's just not. And this isn't one of my carnivore videos. This is me telling you why being alone is the best choice for me, and it may be for you. If I'm not looking for a beauty queen. I'm not looking for anybody. But when I wasn't really looking for that. I'm looking for somebody who was real, who didn't have to get up every day and slap on $500 worth of makeup just to look good. If you use natural products, you could probably look better with natural skin than you ever would with makeup. But women are plastering this stuff all over their face, and that cannot be good for the skin. Cannot be. Do you think, I mean, look what they're putting in our food. What do you think they're putting in that makeup that you're putting on your face? What are you going to look like when you're 60, when you're 70? You know, I've noticed, you know, one of the issues I have, and I don't care, I'm not ashamed to say it. I mean, I have problems with my teeth in the last 5 years. I've had middle tooth fall out. Just, you know, what happened was I had a broken jaw and I left the wires in my gums too long and it gave me a lot of bone loss. So I need new teeth. I'm aware of that. I don't need somebody commenting. That's just one thing. But if you don't feel good about yourself, and like I said, when I was overweight, not the time to go hunting for women. And just because I was overweight, well, that doesn't mean that I became attractive to overweight women. I didn't. My taste in women did not change because I gained weight. And so that's the reason I did not seek anybody. And even though I've lost all that weight now, I have no interest. No interest in living with somebody. There are just so many downsides to that. Okay? Maybe I'm selfish, but there's so many downsides to that. Financial. Just, you know, I don't like answering to anybody. Call me selfish. Some people are just not meant to stay married or be with somebody. Doesn't mean I'm a bad person. That's just the way it is. Gotta take a sip of coffee here. But that doesn't mean you have to be unhappy. Now, what I've done, I got a bunch of dogs. Okay, I'm down to 4 now, just 4. But at one time, I had about 9 dogs here. They kept me busy, they kept me company, and they don't complain. They might give you a little sass every now and then, but they don't complain if you do this, if you do that. I can wake up each morning and say, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get the tools out and I'm going to build this. And nobody gives me any guff. Not the dogs, not the birds that you hear, nobody. I just never learned how to be compatible, I guess, with someone else. I've had a few good relationships, few. But for the majority of the time, I wasn't happy. And I was never made up to be that way. Some people are, some people ain't. Now, some people lose their spouse, whether it be that they pass on, you know, a whole plethora of reasons. And they have a hard time adjusting. And here's a trend I notice. I see this on Facebook all the time. Somebody will get out of a relationship, and by God, it ain't a month later, guess what? They found someone else. And then they get married. And guess what? A year or 2 later, they start all over again. There are just some people that just cannot be without somebody. And their life goes nowhere. You know, they're miserable, I think. They're constantly looking, and I see this so much on Facebook. Never noticed it before the internet, you know, but you got those friends. As soon as they lose a boyfriend or a girlfriend, guess they're out doing it and they're finding another one. They fall in love real quick, and sometimes that is false. You know, they think they're in love, but they don't give it time to find out what that person's really like or to know that person's background. That's a big thing. You get with somebody and then you find all these things out about this person and things you wish you would have known before you started. I just don't want to go through that anymore. I just don't. It's not worth it to me. I am extremely happy. I do not get lonely. I will never, believe me, I will never, ever get in a relationship again. I just won't. It's not, you know, at least that's what I'm thinking right now. Who knows where your life leads? But I'm just not looking for that. And I'm happier alone. I don't get lonely at all. It doesn't bother me. Now, when I am down to 0 dogs, I might start feeling a little lonely. But you know what I'm going to do? Go get another dog. You know, that's just me. But I am serious when I say that people might think things they do make them attractive, where it's the complete opposite. Let's use this for an example. Today, these young girls, I have never seen one in person. Where I live, they don't do this. They're getting these new fake eyelashes that come out the ear. They look like aliens. That looks ridiculous, okay? What man would like that? And I've seen some videos about men talking about that. No man that I've heard likes that. I think women do things for other women, is what I think. The makeup thing, the hair. One goes out and gets a hairdo, guess what? The next one's got to go out and get that same hairdo. I want somebody that's real, ain't afraid to get dirty. I don't know. That person just ain't around here. If it is, I mean, I'm not looking, but it ain't. Now, some of the cons of being alone, you know, I'm cutting some wood. I might need somebody to hold the other end of the board sometimes. Or I'm trying to lift something or move something. There's a con. That's a tough one, ain't it? Sometimes I don't want to feed the chickens. Be nice to have somebody else say, hey, go feed the chickens. No, don't have that person. I got to do it. That's it, man. I mean, I don't see any other, I don't see any other cons.
Destroy the brainwave.
Man, it's just, I guess it's you get used to being alone. If you're alone long enough, you just get so used to it. You know, it just becomes normal part of life is being alone. I could almost be in the woods somewhere, 1,000 miles from the nearest human. It wouldn't bother me a bit. Would not bother me a bit. As long as there was a Walmart, you know, around the corner or something. Got to eat. So I don't know. Tell me in the comments what you know, everybody's had bad relationships. Everybody's had them. And if you haven't, you know, you're lucky. Now, you know, decades ago, people would get married and they'd stay married to the day they died. My parents are still together. They've been married over 60 years. That doesn't happen anymore. People are too independent. Social media really has destroyed a lot of relationships, a lot of cheating. I don't want to deal with that. Okay, am I wrong for not wanting to deal with all that? I never was a jealous person, but yes, that has happened to me. That is not fun to have to find out, but that's life, man. And I was not an angel myself. I will tell you that. I was never an angel myself. And that's another reason I stay out of it. You know, it's just too much to deal with. I am very happy being alone. Nobody should feel sorry for me. I'm happy. I'm the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. My life is more successful now than it's ever been. I just prioritize other things other than a relationship. Now, not saying relationships are bad at all. They're good. If you find one that's good, man, more power to you. Stay in it. Everybody should be able to find somebody that is true to them, somebody that they can trust, rely on, depend on. That's just not the case anymore. And I think as time goes on, it's only going to get worse. You know, some of the things you see are just terrible. that people go through over relationships, the violence, you name it. I don't want to have to deal with any of that. And yep, I'm never going to be a marriage counselor. Don't come asking me for advice because I'm going to tell you, live alone. You know, there's just so many guys my age and women my age that are alone, and they have reasons, but they won't tell nobody. So I'm here telling you my reasons. Mainly, I'm just happier. You know, it has nothing to do with looks or being overweight or any of that. I'm just happy being alone. That's it. Yeah, it's getting tougher to find somebody. You know, and then let this truck pass. When we age, okay, come on, truck. When we age, here's another issue. Especially if you're into attractive people and all that. When we age, man, we're not as attractive as we used to be. Skin doesn't look as good. You get wrinkles. You know, we just don't look. You got to be able to see past that. Even if somebody's a little overweight, you got to be able to see past that. And it's not something I'm willing to do. I still have a 20-year-old mind, I guess. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts? Am I bad? I mean, are these guys? Do you mind an overweight woman, an ugly woman, a woman that plasters makeup on? I don't know. Nobody wants anybody that doesn't take care of themselves. Now, if you're a little overweight, you don't plaster the makeup and stuff on, don't have to be in the beauty parlor, you know, that's fine. I'm sure there are plenty of men out there, plenty of women out there that you can find. But you either make the decision at a certain point in life, hey, I don't want to deal with this anymore and live alone and focus on just your life, or you seek that one person that may or may not be out there. Because it's a tough search, let me tell you. There's going to be people get on. I'm going to have probably the worst comments ever on this video. I'm just giving you my honest opinion. I'm happy. I'm happy the way it is, and I will probably be alone. They'll probably find me. Been dead 2 weeks in this house, and then that's when they'll find me, because ain't nobody comes around. I got to edit that part out. All right. All right. Well, that was my opinion, and respect it. Don't have to agree with me, but that is one reason a lot of people, those are some of the reasons a lot of people stay single, because they just get tired of it. You know, they get tired of the constant search, the constant bickering, the constant financial crisis. It's not fun. Thanks for watching, guys. Happy trails.
Yeah. Potom som hovoril, že ani môj vkus na ženy sa nezmenil. To, že som starší, neznamená, že chcem staršie. To je ten problém, ktorý tu je. To je to, čo napríklad ja nejako neviem extra pochopiť. Napríklad to je ťažké pre mňa pochopiť, že 50-ročný alebo 40-ročný si hľadajú 40-ročné. Ja popravde by som stále preferoval 18-ročnú, 19, 20 a nie 40. No. To, že ja mám 40 rokov, neznamená, že sa zmenil môj vkus na ženy. Vekom sa nemení vkus na ženy, ale asi hej. Ale asi hej, pretože Asi to tak funguje u niektorých ľudí. Že čím sú starší... Čo je toto? Čím sú starší, tým viac chcú staršie. Ne. Takže... The older I get, the more I hate people. No shit. To je normálne. A čím dlhšie žiješ, tým viac, za normálne okolnosti, čím dlhšie žiješ, tým viac si uvedomuješ, akí sú ľudia sráči. Aké ľudské sú na tom, akí sú veľmi zlé bytosti. Zlé, hlúpe, zakrkované, v hlave narušené. Fed is finally going. Fed is going. Ugh. Mali sme ísť na polhodinu na ženy. Mali som sa natiahnuť. Goddammit, znovu som sa mal natiahnuť. Ako som povedal, ľudia sú jednoducho príliš hlúpi, ženy sú príliš hlúpa. Ten najväčší dôvod, prečo nenájdem kvalitnú ženu, je to, že kvalitné ženy pomaly neexistujú. S hodnotami. S správnou osobnosťou. Väčšinou sú to vypasené tučné páčmaky, ktoré sa vyžierajú. A keď sa vyžieraš, keď si vypasený, tak si hlúpy ako telobuch. Toto je problém, ktorý tu je. To je problém, ktorý tu je. Už som si natiahol nohy. Dneska je útorok, dneska je ťažšie. Dneska je najťažší deň, dá sa povedať. Točí sa najväčšia štreka. To nie je sranda. Dneska známe posledné fúdio. Poslednú švestku fúdia. Poslednú várku fúdia. Posledný krkonoč fúdia. Si nájdeš kvalitné osoby. Kvalitné osoby, ktoré sa nájdú zosrať. Toto bol najväčší špáci, ten dumpling. Dumpling proti Crazy Havanovi, to sú úplne piče sovia, tí dva.
Priatelia, víta vás Miroslav Kamenský. Máme 1643 dní špeciálnej vojenskej operácie na Ukrajine, ktorú teda spustil ruský prezident Vladimír Putin. Dnes už to volajú vojna, lebo odtedy, ako sa masívne do toho zapojili členské štáty Európskej únie a štáty NATO plus USA, Kanada a tak ďalej, tak už aj v Rusku to oficiálne volajú vojna. Dnes Odesa pod údermi ruských rakiet. Odesa je dlhodobo bombardovaná, ale v posledné dni dostala Odesa strašné pecky a je celá tá prístavná infraštruktúra, ale aj logistika okolo Odesy je naozaj veľmi, veľmi ťažko bombardovaná. Tie prístavy sú bombardované okolo, všetky. Tu napríklad v Čornomorsk, ktorý je na juh od Desy, plus všetky tieto mosty a tak ďalej. Ale poďme hneď, ako sa hovorí in medias res, na Telegrame Kamenský. Tu vidíte, ako horí obchodné centrum, ktoré sa volá Epicentr pri Odese. Požiar je masívny a v podstate obchodné centrum zhorelo dotla. Následky týchto požiarov vám ukážem hneď, budete ich vidieť. Takže tu sú následky, v akom stave skončilo obchodné centrum, alebo epicentr, ak chcete polský targový centr pri Odese. Pozrite sa, ten požiar je definitívny. Vidíte, že požiar je obrovský. Hasia to tam. Tu vidíte, že odeščiny. Takže to je výsledok toho, že Ukrajinci začali dronmi likvidovať tie ruské Amazony, ktoré sa volajú Wildberries, logistické centrá. Tak vidíte výsledky toho celého, že v akom stave začínajú byť tieto epicentrá. Toto je tiež sieť a toto epicentr je bombardované po celej Ukrajine. Vidíte, v akom stave to zanechali ruské rakety a ruské drony. Tu ťažko povedať, že niečo sa z tohto zachránilo, respektíve, že sa zachránil nejaký tovar. Logistické centrum alebo obchodné centrum je úplne zničené. To vidíte, že čo tu viac treba akože povedať. Takže toto sú zábery zo včera na dnes na noc. Odesa dostala strašné údery. Vidíte, že to je akože... No, je to tak, ako vám hovorím, že vlastne tá Odesa je v strašnom stave. Tu vidíte to epicentrum. Tu vidíte epicentr. Targový centr. Takisto všetko Odesa. Bolo to obrovské obchodné centrum. Patrilo medzi najväčšie, nezabudnite, Odesa je miliónové mesto, má viac ako 1 000 000 obyvateľov, alebo mala viac ako 1 000 000 obyvateľov. Vidíte, že tie zábery sú deštrukcia, devastácia a dá sa povedať, že z hľadiska ďalšej nejakej užitkovosti konečná. Takže takto to vyzerá, hej. Obchodné centrum skončilo v troskách. Strašné údery. Tu vidíte, toto sú zábery z Telegramu Miroslav Kamenský. Takto to začalo, takto to kedysi existovalo. Takto to skončilo. Devastačné údery. Takže Odesa dostáva strašné bomby a ruské rakety a drony, dá sa povedať, ničia kompletne celú logistickú infraštruktúru, ale aj tú námornú infraštruktúru a hlavne ničia všetky tie prístupové cesty od Čierneho mora. No, ak ste na YouTube videli moje video, konkrétne Rusi ničia mosty Odesa, tu kde robím kurzorom, tak ak ste videli toto video, tu napravo vidíte, tak viete, že vlastne celá tá logistika a celá tá prístavná infraštruktúra Odesy je v strašnom stave. Rusi to nepretržite bombardujú, napriek tomu, že Odesa je v podstate 500 km od Kieva, tu, kde sú tieto šípky, tak vidíte Odesu. Napriek tomu, že je to, ako sa hovorí, ďaleko od centra, ale na druhej strane Odesa je sama obrovské centrum, viac ako miliónové mesto a je to najväčší námorný prístav Ukrajiny s tým, že celá táto oblasť Odesy, to znamená túto pivdenne, južný Čornomorsk, ale aj v tejto časti tu je Očakov, všetko už je zlikvidovaná tá námorná infraštruktúra, plus je likvidované všetky tieto cesty, ktoré tu akože môžu byť. Tu v toho vidíte aj tie, tu sú Bilgorod-Dnestrovský, tu je tá zatoka, tu je tento most, ktorý bol takto v podstate opakovane bombardovaný, ak sa pamätáte. Aj tento most tu na severe Majaky, tu je Majaky, to je druhá cesta. Tieto mosty sú veľmi dôležité, tak to je Majaky. Tieto mosty sú veľmi dôležité, aby sa mohli dostať, povedal by som, tá infraštruktúra, aby sa mohla dostať. Tu vám chcem ukázať, že ako skončil ten úder. Tento most bol zlikvidovaný, ale ten druhý most, ktorý som ukazoval, tak stále dokážu Ukrajinci nejakým spôsobom opraviť. Takže nie je úplne 100% táto logistika zničená. Ale tieto, nazvem to tá námorná móla, tá prístavná infraštruktúra, Čornomorská, to je celá táto oblasť, tu Čornomorsk, Limanka, Oleksandrovka, Odesa, kompletne celá oblasť, Čornomorsk je na juh od Odesy, plus toto Čornomorské, pivdenné, južný, tu Očakov, celá táto oblasť je nepretržite bombardovaná. Mám tu mapy, ktoré vám môžu ukázať, že tieto oblasti stále sú pod údermi rakiet. Zároveň tu vidíte Čornomorsk, Bilgorod-Dnestrovský, zátoka a tu sú tie Majaky. No, ak si niekto myslí, že je to len také nejaké náhodné, tak tie údery tam boli strašné, to som už tie videá ukazoval. Na Telegrame Miroslav Kamenských máte, akože môžete si ich pozerať. Vidíte, že to je devastačné. No.
Gurmiciovský hlávač. Tu má hlavu, vidíme ho? Tu chodí.
Mám veľkú tému, že keď sú ničené tieto odeské prístavy, tak treba spraviť tému, ako sú ničené tie železnice, prístavy a to bude konečná pre tú vojnu a prečo sa to vlastne likviduje. Hlavný cieľ útokov je prístav Južný. Hej. To bol najhlbší prístav Sovietskeho zväzu, postavený ešte hlboko za komunizmu 1978, tam bol s hĺbkami až 20 metrov, určený pre veľké oceánske lode. Prístav Južný. Takto. Toho máte. Hej. Celá táto oblasť je bombardovaná. No, poďme znova na Telegram Miroslav Kamenský. Odesa naozaj dostávala strašné šupy. Pozrite sa tu. Ale aj toto video vám bude ukazovať, že Odesa bola bombardovaná. Tu vidíte tú, povedal by som, pobrežnú zónu, alebo ak chcete tie korzá. A potom tu prídu strašné šupy. Odesa, hej, 22. augusta. Odesa dostala príliš veľké údery na to, aby, povedal by som, aby to bolo možné v nejakom reálnom čase, akože opraviť. Tá infraštruktúra je tu, tieto údery sú tu. Zároveň tieto údery pochádzajú aj táto oblasť okolo Odesy dostala veľké údery a veľké výbuchy aj na dnes do rána. Nad ránom obrovské raketové údery tam boli na Odesu. Porážka Ukrajiny je otázkou času. Prielom ukrajinských obranných línií ruskými jednotkami len otázkou času. Povedal profesor David Gibbs z Arizonskej univerzity na YouTube kanáli. Môžete si to video vypočuť. tu je to moje video, ktoré som hovoril, že Rusi ničia mosty okolo Odesy. Viete, bez tých mostov, ak sa pozriete na tú mapu, bez tých mostov, bez železníc a tej námornej logistiky, tak platí to, čo som povedal, z Odesy a dokonca z Mikolájeva, to je tiež veľký prístav na rieke Južný Buk, je na tieto fronty, či už do Záporožia alebo aj do Donecka, najbližšie oproti tomu, ak sa pozriete, kde je poľská hranica a tu je Mikolájev, tak vidíte, že to je 3-krát bližšie. Ak sa to vláči celé ešte tuto z Gdyni na severe Poľska, z Baltického mora, sem do Žežova a stade to ide 1000 kilometrov na tieto fronty, tak tá Odesa bola najjednoduchšie prístupná a najbližšie tá logistika mala zmysel. Tým, že sú vybombardované tieto prístavy na Dunaji, ale aj celá námorná infraštruktúra okolo Odesy. Odesa dostáva strašné údery. Vojna sa dostáva do absolútne inej, ak to tak môžem povedať, do inej dimenzie. Odesa, Odeský front, boli tam útoky na tie tepelné elektrárne. Takže problém s elektrikou bude. V Odese dali dole aj Rusi 7 elektrických podstaníc, na telegrame Miroslav Kamenský to máte. Odesa, kríza, pravidelné prístavy lodí v kľúčových ukrajinských prístavoch takmer úplne prestali a právcovia už menia trasy. Avšak možnosti pozemnej logistiky sú obmedzené, nie sú schopné úplne nahradiť predchádzajúci námorný tok. To ani nie je možné. Potrebovali ste, ak chcete nahradiť stovky námorných lodí, potrebovali ste minimálne 3000 lokomotív a bavíme sa o tisícoch a tisícoch vagónov a 10 000 vagónov železničných, aby boli schopní nahradiť, povedal by som, tie náklady a ten objem. Nastala zaujímavá situácia, znova na telegrame Miroslav Kamenský. Na hranicách Ukrajiny s Európskou úniou vznikli obrovské rady nákladných vozidiel. To je práve ten dôsledok. Napríklad na hranicách s Poľskom je 6500 nákladných aut, na Slovensko 546, s Rumunskom 328. Celkovo tam bolo 7000 nákladných vozidiel, ktoré čakali, aby sa z Ukrajiny nejakým spôsobom ten tovar mohol dostať vonka a samozrejme, aby ďalší tovar sa mohol akož dovážať. Tu vidíte Čornomorsk, Iličevsk. Čornomorsk, to je na juh. Čornomorsk je na juh od Odesy. Ale je to veľmi dôležitý prístav, takže tu vidíte Čornomorsk, Odesa. Tu ho vidíte. Takto. Keď ho nám tu, teraz ho vidíte, tu Čornomorsk. Je to veľmi dôležité, takže znova telegram Miroslav Kamenský, Odesa dostávala dlho množstvo úderov a dokonca, samozrejme, YouTube sa nepáčilo toto moje video, Banderistám bez mora, takže ho likviduje a povedalo, že nič, že jednoducho to sú videá, ktoré nechce, ale my si točíme ďalej. Takéto lode, všetko do Odesy už vlastne nikto nepláva, lebo v podstate Rusi to tam majú celé pod kontrolou. No, Dobropolie, Odesa. Ale zaujímavá je Odesa aj z toho pohľadu, ak sa pamätáte, tu som ukázal takto. Logistika, Ukrajina. No, ešte pred 2 rokmi takto si mládež užívala v Odese na plážach, vidíte luxusné rezortíky, mladí jednoducho tých vojna nezaujímala. Ešte aj teraz, tento rok, boli pláže plné, Rusi pláže nebombardujú, ale bombardujú tú prístavnú infraštruktúru. Čiže ešte aj tento rok zábery z Odesy vám budú ukazovať, že je to tam, ako povedal by som, plné. No. A Odesa, Mikolájev, pod údermi ruského strategického vojska, tu vidíte Odesa, Mikolájev. Na tejto mape vidno naozaj, že z týchto dvoch miest je to do Donecka a na ten Donecký front, ale hlavne na ten záporský a chersonský, tak to je úplne najbližšie. ako rádovo stovky kilometrov, nie sú to tie tisíce ako z Polska, alebo nedaj Bože stade z Gdyni. Takže Odesa, strašné údery, dokonca takéto údery Odesa mala už aj pred 2 rokmi. Videí, že Odesa je bombardovaná, je veľmi veľa. Boli tu raketové údery kalibrami na Odesu. To bolo ešte 2023. No. V prístave Odesa bola zničená aj takáto loď. Takže tá stredná výsadková loď Juri Olefirenko bola zničená. No, v Odese ale bola vybombardovaná aj istá, povedal by som, generalita z Nórska, lebo jednoducho oni neverili tomu, že Rusi majú také sily. Už tu je Hadí ostrov a Rusi dokázali tento Hadí ostrov vybombardovať. Takže 10 dní ho bombardovali Rusi raketami. Toto sú správy síce pred 3 rokov, ale tento Hadí ostrov, keď sa pozriete na mapu, je veľmi dôležitý, pretože sa nachádza tu, niekoľko desiatok kilometrov od pobrežia Ukrajiny. Na tej mape je to dosť dôležité. Je to nie veľký ostrov, ale má strategický význam tým, že je umiestnený takto od pobrežia. Vidíte, že je na úrovni Jevpatórie na Jalte, hľadiska severnej zemepisnej šírky. Odesa, Čornomorsk, tu vidíte Očakov, vidíte celú tú oblasť, tu je Cherson, Mikolájev. Od Mikolájeva cez Očakov, Odesu, všetko je vybombardované, takisto ako je vybombardovaný aj veľký prístav Izmail, tu, ako to ukazujem, na rieke Dunaj. Dôsledky úderov na Odesu, všetky tie kadejaké depá a tie kadejaké zásobovacie zariadenia, alebo to, tam údery boli strašné. Nie je to prvýkrát, že by sa takéto niečo stalo. Hej. Takže údery sú obrovské. No, nezabudnite, že takisto v Odese bol aj takýto klub. Hej. Takže sú ľudia, ktorí si užívajú stále, napriek tomu, že vojna už má 5. rok. Nech vás nemýli, že toto sú zábery z roku 23. Takéto zábery sa dajú natočiť aj v roku 2026. Odesa v roku 1794, 2. septembra, to je za chvíľku, vydala ruská cárovna. Katarína II. Veľká, Jekaterina II. Veľká, dekret o vytvorení nového mesta Odesa. Hej. 2. september je deň mesta Odesa. Len aby sme nezabudli, Odesa má svoje čaro, áno, Zelenský mobilizoval všetkých, len problém je v tom, že tu vidíte, má prístav južný, juh Ukrajiny. No, následky tých úderov, tu vidíte drony a aj tie nadzvukové rakety Onyx zasiahli prístavnú infraštruktúru, sklad obilia Odesa, tu vidíte pôvodný stav, tu vidíte, ako to vyzerá potom. Snímky sú už archívne, ale toto nie je možné dostať do pôvodného stavu v čase vojny. To je to podstatné. Tu je takisto, podľa oficiálnych údajov ukrajinských zbrojných síl bolo v noci na Odeskú oblasť vypálených 19 muškátov dronov, 12 kalibrov. Vidíte, že údery sú devastačné. Bavím sa o tej prístavnej infraštruktúre a o tom všetkom, čo tam akože je. Chcel som vám ukázať takú chronológiu, tu prečo bol bombardovaný prístav Odesa, prístavná infraštruktúra, zároveň sklad zbraní. Vidíte, ako to tam je. Tak znamená, tu vidíte obrovské údery. Prístav Odesa mal veľké problémy, hotel Odesa v podstate prestal existovať. Putin už v roku 2023 na diskusnom fóre v Soči povedal, pokojne smerujeme k dosiahnutiu našich vojenských cieľov a tie budú dosiahnuté. Odesa je ruské mesto. To je veľmi dôležitý moment, keď niekto povie, že Odesa je ruské mesto. Nezabudnite na to. Takže takto. No, je tu jedna myšlienka. Ak Ukrajina nechce podpísať kapituláciu v Kieve, podpíše ju vo Lvove. Odesa na mape sa nachádza tu. Takto. Vidíte, tu je celá táto odeská oblasť, tak to vidíte tu. Ináč Odeskú oblasť vám môžem ešte ukázať na mape, lebo to je tiež dôležité. Dajme si borders, hranice. Takto. A tu si dáme takto, takto. Poďme sem. No a Odeská oblasť je tuto. Dobre. Takže tu Odesa, celá táto oblasť, až dole tu po Izmail. A po ústí rieky Dunaj. Dobre. No. Čo na to povedať? V akom stave Odesa? Samozrejme, ak má západná Európa tie hlúposti, čo už Američania vylúčili z armády, už sa aj minister vojny Hexen americký vyjadril, že všetky tie sprostnosti LGBT a kadejaké inklúzie a kadejaké rovnosti a to somariny, všetko ide preč, idú sa sústrediť na bojové činnosti. S takýmto myslením sa vojny nedajú vyhrávať. Odesa je v ťažkej situácii. No. Ak ste zabudli, tu po ruskom raketovom útoku, to je elitný hotel Bristol v centre Odesy, bol zničený útokom Iskanderov. Tu zahynuli desiatky zahraničných žoldnierov, ale aj rôznych inštruktorov, dokonca aj vysokých dôstojníkov zo štátov NATO, vrátane Nórov, ale boli tam aj Briti, boli tam aj Švédi a v podstate z tých členských štátov. Čiže Odesa dostáva aj takéto údery. Samozrejme je to velikánske miliónové mesto. Na pomery Slovenska je to dvakrát Bratislava, alebo ak chcete 10-krát väčšie ako niektoré naše 100-tisícové mesto. Bristol dostal takýto úder, v podstate budova, vidíte, že aj okolité budovy boli poškodené, ale budova dostala strašné údery. Tu vznikajú to, keď potom je nejaký francúzsky, britský, norský generál, potom zrazu zahynie niekde v Pyrenejách alebo niekde v Grécku na dovolenke a tak ďalej. Tu vidíte ten útok, aký bol. No, tu máte. Takže Odesa dostala strašné údery a dá sa povedať, že je veľmi ťažké, aby Odesa mohla pokračovať, povedal by som, v tom stave. Tu máte tiež z 24. 24. augusta 2026 Odesa noc. Vidíte, že tam sú strašné údery. To keď vidíte takýto úder z diaľky, a to je možno viac ako kilometr, tak viete, že ten úder je masívny. Takže o 4:41 mocný výbuch, alebo silný výbuch Odesa 24. augusta 2026. Je to obrovské mesto, ale aj tá prístavná infraštruktúra dostáva strašné údery. A tu je jasné, že keď takto začínajú končiť tie logistické sklady, Ukrajina bude mať veľké problémy nielen s vývozom potravín, ten už pomaly končí, a s exportom, všetko možno, ale aj so skladovaním a následne aj s logistikou a môže to mať vážny dopad na zásobovanie obyvateľstva, lebo keď nemáte skladovacie priestory a zároveň nemáte tú logistiku, nemáte tie cesty, nemáte tie železnice v dostatočnom počte, tak ste si vyrobili veľké problémy. Takže s pohľadom na to, ako vyzerá Odesa, s pohľadom na to, ako horelo to Targový centr, čiže obchodné centrum Epicentr, tak sa to volá, ale týchto epicentr už hovorí na Ukrajine niekoľko. To je odveta za tie ruské Amazony. Tak s pohľadom na tento epicentr sa Miroslav Kamenský s vami lúči a poviem vám jednu vec. Je to tragédia, že 1643 dní jednoducho politický banderizmus narobil takéto škody. Mali spolupracovať a mohli byť mohli byť najbohatšou krajinou možno Európy, lebo mali všetko. Mali neuveriteľné prírodné podmienky, černozem, prístavy, veľké rieky, kvalifikovanú pracovnú silu, obrovský potenciál. Vyrábali od rakiet až po námorné lode, všetko, auta. Tam boli neuveriteľné možnosti. Vidíte, kde to skončilo. Ak to skončí týmto, že naozaj tieto porty, čiže prístavy, prístavná infraštruktúra, všetko bude vybombardované, železnice vybombardované, mosty vybombardované, tak hlavne tie mosty, ktoré som ukazoval na tej mape, tu kde je táto zatoka a tento Bilgorod-Dnestrovský, tak ako som to ukazoval tu aj na mape, keď skončí Odesa, že tieto zásobovacie trasy z Rumunska, poprvé, prístav nefunguje. Odesa, tu je Pivdenie, Južný, Očakov, Čornomorský nefungujú. Ako sa hovorí, vyšli z četu. A zároveň budú tieto logistické trasy, tieto mosty vybombardované tu v tejto zatoke. Takto. Plus bude vybombardovaný tento most Majaky, tieto majaky opravilo, lebo tam sú poškodené len mostovky, ale tie piliere boli, takže niektoré mosty idú, ale je tam narušená logistika. No a potom je to blízko tohto frontu. Žiaden výsadok neočakávam zatiaľ do Odesy, najprv sa musí vyriešiť Donbas, Charkovský front a Chersonský front, až potom, keď toto bude, môžeme sa baviť o tom, že Rusi sa pohnú ďalej na západ. Výsadok by skončil katastrofou, lebo Ukrajinci ten juh ešte stále majú dobre obsadený a je to niečo, s čím počítajú. Takže som presvedčený, že ruská generalita určite neplánuje teraz nejakú výsadkovú operáciu do Odesy. Ale keď ste videli tie videá, ktoré som ukazoval, v akom stave sa nachádzajú tieto centrá, nie je jedno, je ich tam ako veľa. Toto je dlhé roky bombardované. A pri tom, že infraštruktúra je mohutná, tak vidíte, že toto nedopadne dobre. Nakoniec všetko ostane v troskách. Takže priateľa, majte sa krásny, Miroslav Kamenský sa učí. Ďakujem vám veľmi pekne. A som veľmi rád a chcem poďakovať tým, ktorí ma podporujú, že v týchto ťažkých časoch si dokážu nájsť čas aj na to, že ma dokážu podporiť. Veľmi pekne vám ďakujem a veľmi, veľmi si to vážim. Majte sa krásne, dovidenia.
Takže mali by sme byť pol hodinu na ženách. To bolo kedy? Toto je dumpling. Dumpling proti Scottovi. From Volkov. is this? What the fuck? K tomu uteká auto. To čo uvidel? Aha, jo. To čo uvidel? Táto tučka. Tučka. Tento pičus čo? Tieto zátkárky. Holy shit, tieto zátkárky. To je nič. Toto čo? To čo tam hľadá? Čo tam drží? Rybu? Strašne pičisové tí ľudia. Strašne pičisové. Chudia Ivo. Rozhádkárka. Sú pičisové tí ľudia. Sú pičisové. Koľko holovov tam je, koľko čmákov. Tučko. O, vypasenci ľudskí. Oh my god. Ľudskí vypasenci. Ľudskí vypasenci. Ľudskí vypasenci. Ľudskí výpasenci. Ľudskí výpasenci. Tento čo?
Magnesium is critical.
Hello, health champions. Hello, health champions. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man. Health champion. Hello, health champions. Are you a health champion? Hello, health champions. Are you a health champion? Are you a health champion? Hello, health champions. Get yourself a beaker. Fuck off, man. Hello, health champion. Grab yourself a beaker, man. Are you a health champion? You probably are. You probably are. Oh shit. Oh fuck. We cannot go. No, it's of such. Fuck me. Oh fuck me, man. Oh fuck me. That's bad. That's bad. Až o 9. Oh fuck. That's bad. Epic bad. It's fucking bad, man. It's fucking bad. Hello, health champions. Fuck me.
O
in the production of energy in the body. Everything that your body does requires energy. Most modern degenerative disease, which kills more people than anything else, all heart disease and strokes and a lot of dementia, if we don't have enough magnesium, now it's difficult for the body to balance these responses. Hello, health champions. What if your most stubborn health problem came down to something as simple as a magnesium deficiency? And that's very possible because magnesium functions as a cofactor in over 300 enzymatic reactions that covers virtually every function in your body. And today we're going to talk about the top 10 signs that you may be deficient in magnesium. And sign number one is muscle cramps. And a lot of people are associating muscle cramps with minerals or with magnesium. And there's several minerals involved, but magnesium is the critical one in balancing all the others, such as sodium, potassium, and calcium. So calcium is involved with contracting the muscle in one step of contracting muscles. And then magnesium counteracts calcium. So magnesium competes with calcium for these binding sites, and then magnesium allows that muscle to relax. Sign number two is fatigue and weakness. And magnesium is critical in the production of energy in the body. And energy is called ATP. That's the energy currency that your body uses, adenosine triphosphate. So what is that? Well, you have a little sugar complex called adenosine, and then this adenosine is bound to phosphate groups. And if we have one phosphate group, it's called adenosine monophosphate. And that's a low energy state. It's relatively stable. This is not often going to break apart. But then we have a high energy bond that I like to think of as a spring. It's kind of spring loaded. You load it up with energy, and then when it releases, then that spring discharges its energy. So we have two of these. That's called adenosine diphosphate. And that's a higher energy state, but it's still a low energy state compared to adenosine triphosphate. So this is the energy currency that your body uses. Everything that your body does requires energy. And the way it gets this energy is that we break down food and we move around electrons, and these electrons cause phosphate groups to bind onto this adenosine. And when we have three of these phosphates, we have a spring-loaded system that's just waiting to spring loose, like a bow and arrow, basically. And then as soon as this phosphate group is bounced off, now we use more energy to put it back on, and then we do this over and over and over. And we do this trillions and trillions of times every second, because everything in the body requires this energy currency. And there's three different primary ways that magnesium participates in this. First of all, this molecule is stabilized by magnesium. Most of the ATP is circulating inside the cell as magnesium ATP complex. But then there's also several steps where magnesium is critical for the function, for the biological activity of ATP, for expressing this, for binding it and unbinding different complexes. And the third way is in an enzyme called ATPase. So in order for this spring to come undone and release its energy, we need an enzyme called ATPase. And ACE is just an ending they put on words to indicate that it's an enzyme. But this ATPase is magnesium dependent. So out of these 300 ways that magnesium act as a cofactor to enzymes, here are just a few that are involved with energy production. So one reason magnesium deficiencies are so incredibly common is that magnesium is notoriously difficult to absorb. But not only that, we make it even harder because there's some modern lifestyle factors, and I'll mention a few of these. The first one is that we eat a lot of high phosphate foods. And even though phosphate is necessary, and it's the same phosphate that we just talked about with the ATP, adenosine triphosphate, when we eat too much, then this phosphate binds to the magnesium and keeps us from absorbing it. So inside the cell, magnesium helps stabilize this ATP complex, but in the digestive tract,
Tučko.
it's a bad thing because it keeps us from utilizing it.
Zložil
And
sa
some of
jak
the places
pinches.
where we get excess phosphate are things like soft drinks and fast food, processed meats, and baked goods. So you don't really have to worry about the natural phosphate content in good whole food, but it's with the processed foods that we can get too much. Sign number 3 is metabolic disease. And now, of course, we're talking about insulin resistance, which is at the core of most modern degenerative disease, which kills more people than anything else. So all heart disease and strokes and a lot of dementia is caused by insulin resistance. And magnesium may not be the primary cause of this, but it is still critically involved with this because magnesium increases the activity of the insulin
Pičuska.
receptor. So in order for insulin to work, it has to
Narazila si
bind
zádu
to
k
this
zadku,
insulin
Janka.
receptor, which acts like a key.
Ďalšia
And
pičuska.
with magnesium present, we get more of this activity letting glucose into the cell. So magnesium deficiency is one factor that keeps people insulin resistant, that keeps insulin from working properly. Another aspect of this is number 4, which is high blood pressure and irregular heartbeat or heart arrhythmias. So in order for muscles to contract and relax appropriately, we need a balance of different minerals. And the key to contracting is called calcium. And then we need magnesium to relax this. And this to me is one of the most fascinating aspects of human physiology. So there's 2 proteins in a muscle, and one is called actin and another one is called myosin. So we have these 2 proteins, and because of calcium and magnesium and ATP, we have this little protein called myosin that has kind of like a hinge on it. And then with calcium, it binds the myosin to the actin. And then because of ATP, it performs what's called a power stroke. So this protein changes shape and kind of cranks forward. So it ratchets the protein, the actin, over, and we get movement. And when we have millions and millions, hundreds of millions of these little proteins, that's what creates muscle contraction. That's how we can shorten a muscle. A muscle can never push. It can never exert energy to become longer. It can only pull. And then magnesium is critical for causing this muscle to unlatch. So to disconnect so it can do this movement over again. So it's a balance between calcium and magnesium. And if we don't have enough magnesium, that's what causes muscle cramps, but also, of course, the poor timing of muscles when that is necessary. So now we can get high blood pressure because the muscles in the blood vessels don't relax, and we can get heart arrhythmias because they don't time things right. And besides decreased absorption, like we talked about, our modern lifestyle can also cause excess excretion, that we get rid of too much. And now we have some things that if we use them in excess, such as coffee and alcohol, now that can make the kidneys flush out excess amounts of magnesium. And then we have something called stress, which increases our levels of cortisol, and high levels of cortisol can also flush out excess magnesium. And then, of course, there's dozens and hundreds of medications that also interfere with the body's ability to balance these minerals and cause excess loss of magnesium. Sign number 5 is insomnia and sleep problems. And just like magnesium can have a calming effect on muscles, it can also have a calming effect on brain cells. So brain cells signal by electric potentials, and when they get overexcited, then magnesium can calm down, can stabilize that nerve cell, that neuronal membrane. And again, it does this just like the muscle because magnesium is a calcium blocker. So again, calcium is not a bad thing. It helps send signals, it helps activate things, but we need to find that balance so it doesn't get out of control. And if we have a magnesium deficiency, now there may be more excitation than relaxation. And furthermore, magnesium also helps regulate melatonin, which of course is the hormone that helps us fall asleep, that regulates our sleep cycles. But there are even more ways that our modern lifestyle keep us from getting enough magnesium. Because of modern mass farming practices, we have caused a widespread soil depletion. So what happens is when the plant grows, it binds minerals inside the plant and it absorbs these from the soils and fixes them in the plant. And then we move the plant away to some distant location to consume it. And then we immediately go back to sowing the field again for next year's harvest. But now we took lots and lots, we took dozens of minerals out of the soil, but we only typically put 3 back. And the 3 are the ones critical to make a new plant big and juicy. It may not have any flavor, it may not have any nutrients, but at least it looks good. I talked in another video about the epidemic deficiencies and about how important vitamin D is. And it's probably the only nutrient that can match magnesium in terms of how important it is and how common a deficiency is. And now we also learned that a high or a low, like a very excessive or a very deficient level of vitamin D contributes to magnesium deficiency. Aging is another big factor because as we age, certain things like nutrient absorption and digestion work less efficiently. And then, of course, medication, again, like we mentioned, may cause less absorption and more excretion. And as we age, typically people consume more and more medication. Another factor that is often overlooked is the health of our gut. So if we have GI disorders, gastrointestinal problems, such as IBS, which is irritable bowel syndrome, where we often alternate between constipation and diarrhea. It's very easy to get an upset stomach. That's just a general term for irritation. But then there's also IBD, which is inflammatory bowel disease. And these are more serious. These will cause destruction often of the intestinal membranes. And these are things like Crohn's and celiac disease. And if we have either one of these two, then there's going to be irritation and inflammation in the gut, which is going to dramatically reduce our ability to absorb and utilize nutrients. Even if we eat the best food, it may not be utilized properly. And even if we don't have anything as severe as IBS or IBD, a lot of people have an imbalance in their gut flora, and that alone can prevent us from absorbing nutrients properly. Sign number 6 is anxiety and depression. And magnesium
To je žena,
will
nie?
help
To
regulate our neurotransmitters,
je
the
žena, ktorá
chemicals
sa hrá
that
na
the
muža?
brain uses to send signals. And it also affects what's called the HPA axis. The HPA stands for hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis. And the hypothalamus is our master regulator. It senses
To je žena, ktorá
pH
sa
and
hrá na muža?
oxygen and all these different things, the hormone
What the
levels in the
fuck?
body. And then it tells the pituitary, which is our pharmacy, which sends out hormones to tell the different body parts what to do. And of course, we have the adrenals that respond to stress. So it responds to the messages from the hypothalamus and the pituitary. And this is how we can have a stress response at an
To je
appropriate
žena, ktorá
level.
sa hrá na
But then,
muža.
of course, we need the body to be able to balance this and turn it off appropriately. And a lot of this has to do with the health of the frontal lobe, like I talked about in many videos. But if we don't have enough magnesium, now it's difficult for the body to balance these responses. Magnesium also supports neuroplasticity, which is the brain's ability to change things. The brain is always adapting and changing and switching things around by making new connections and breaking down old connections. That's how we learn things. That's how we can stabilize the brain and help the brain adapt. And again, magnesium supports this neuroplasticity. Sign number 7 is osteoporosis, and magnesium is critical in so many ways for this. First of all, magnesium is a component of the bone matrix, of the bone tissue. But magnesium also acts as a signaling molecule and regulates multiple functions. So there's 2 types of bone cells that build and break down bone, and both are equally important, because in order to have flexible and elastic and strong bone built in the right way, we have to build bone and constantly break it down and remodel. That's how we get healthy bone. And magnesium influences the osteoblasts that build up the bone, but magnesium also affects calcium and vitamin D metabolism. And of course, calcium is critical to bone because it's the primary component, and vitamin D is also necessary to build bone
To není žena.
and to absorb calcium. And
To není
magnesium
žena.
influences and regulates both of these. But it doesn't stop there, because
nájdem
magnesium
takto.
also helps regulate the hormones that
To vyzerá ako
signal
žena.
for building or breaking down bone. And the two hormones are calcitonin, which is putting calcium and minerals into the bone, that increases the density and the tone of the bone. And then we have parathyroid hormone, or parathormone, made by the parathyroid gland, that breaks down bone. And again, both of these are critically important. It's not just that building bone is a good thing and breaking down is a bad thing. Not at all. We need the balance to get healthy bone. And we probably underestimate just how common a magnesium deficiency is. And the couple of reasons. First, like we said, it is very poorly absorbed, and then there's all these different factors that keep us from absorbing it even further. But on top of that, it is almost never measured on blood work. And then different people use different ranges. So typically, the lab range, the general range that you get on a blood test, is going to be 1.6 to 2.3 milligrams per deciliter. But most of the doctors in functional medicine who actually work with this kind of stuff, they will probably say the optimal level is 2.2 to 2.5. But let me give you a few examples. So in one study, they defined a deficiency as less than 1.46 milligrams, which is the same as 0.6 millimoles. So if you get your results in millimoles, then the way to convert it is just to multiply the millimoles by 2.43. This is millimoles per liter times 2.43 is milligrams per deciliter. And in one study, they found that out of all the people who were hospitalized, 12% of them had less than 1.46, which is a huge step down from the optimal range of 2.2. And when they checked the people who were really sick in the intensive care unit, now over 60% of those people had levels that were extremely deficient. In another study, they defined deficiency as less than 1.9 milligrams per deciliter. And now they found that 30% of the entire population was under that level. And that's typically what I find when we do blood work, because we test magnesium on everybody, that it is extremely common for people to be under 2 or even under 1.9. But here's where it gets really interesting, because when they checked with the same criteria, less than 1.9, and they checked postmenopausal women with brittle bones, or osteoporosis, now over 80% of these women were below that level of magnesium. And when they checked in the same study, people with poorly controlled type 2 diabetes, 75% of those people had less than 1.9. So it doesn't necessarily say that magnesium is causing these conditions. It could be the other way around, that people who have a disease or a problem like this are really poor at utilizing. But either way, what it tells us, there's a very strong association, and it would be extremely important for people in these categories to supplement and make sure that they get enough, that they counter as many as possible of these modern lifestyle factors that deprive us of magnesium, and also supplements they can start building up those levels. And I don't have an exact number, but my guess, and based on what I see in my clinic, is if we use the optimal level of 2.2, it is probably more than 60% of the population that is below that optimal level. But there's one more thing we really need to understand to see how far-reaching this problem is, and that is when we compare the serum level, which is what we measure in the blood, versus what's inside the cell, because that's where magnesium performs these 300 plus cofactor functions. The total amount of magnesium in the body is about 25 grams. And out of that, the muscle and bone will contain 22.5, or about 90%. All the other cells in the body combined will hold about 2.4 grams, which leaves us with what's floating around in the blood, in the serum, is about 2.2 milligrams per deciliter, so a total of about 100 milligrams, or 0.1 grams. So what does this mean now? Well, it is very important for the body to maintain certain levels of calcium and magnesium in the blood. So we have these hormones that will pull minerals, including magnesium, from the bone and from the muscles. And then we can maintain certain blood levels. It may look on the surface, because the blood serum level of magnesium is normal, but that's only 0.1 gram out of the whole body. So it's very possible to have a normal serum level, but be deficient intracellularly, that the cells don't have enough where all this work is performed. So this means that deficiencies are probably even more common than we ever thought. And again, I don't have a number, but I would suspect that it's at least 80% of people that are deficient, meaning that they could benefit from eating more magnesium, whether it's supplement or food. And here was a really interesting paper that I found. The title was Subclinical Magnesium Deficiency, a Principal Driver of Cardiovascular Disease and a Public Health Crisis. And this was published in a journal called Open Heart, which is associated with the British Medical Journal, which is one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world. And there's a couple of words we want to pay particular attention to here to see just how profound this is. And that is subclinical. That means that the level of magnesium deficiency is so slight that we're not having any effects. We're not having any noticeable symptoms from this yet. And the other word is principal, which means that even at these slight levels of magnesium deficiency, it is a leading or prominent cause of cardiovascular disease and a public health crisis. Those are very, very strong statements. The recommended daily amount is about 300 to 400 milligrams of magnesium per day. The first few are magnesium oxide, magnesium chloride, and magnesium sulfate, also known as Epsom salt, which typically you're not going to ingest, but it's used for baths and for enemas because it's a very powerful laxative. Now, what these three have in common is that they are inorganic, meaning that they don't have any carbon. So things that are alive, like plants, they are typically going to bind magnesium in some form of carbon molecule, and then it's called organic. But these are non-organic, and that means that we can't really utilize them much. They're usually very poorly absorbed, and because of that, they are very powerful as laxatives, meaning they speed up the gut, and if you're constipated, a lot of people use these to flush things out. And then there are several that are very common as supplements. The most common is magnesium citrate because it's inexpensive and it works pretty well. But then there's also magnesium glycinate and magnesium malate. And what these have in common is they are organic, meaning they're binding to a carbon, to something that was alive. And these, of course, will be doing the opposite. They're better absorbed, that's why we use them as supplements, and they have less of a laxative effect. But out of these three, the magnesium citrate probably has the strongest laxative effect, but not nearly as strong as the inorganic, whereas magnesium malate is known for not having much of a laxative effect. And then there's a new one called magnesium L-threonate, and this is promoted as a brain nutrient because it is known to be able to cross the blood-brain barrier. Now, what we're going to keep in mind is that the ones on the bottom of the list, the bottom four, they're more natural than the top three, but all of these are still created in a lab, which means that they're going to be varying degrees of absorbability and tolerance between people. So sometimes you just have to try different ones and see what seems to work. What I have found in the clinic is that there's a product that is 100% plant derived that we use with really good results. It's called Standard Process Easy Mag. And if you read the labels, you're going to notice that it's a little bit lower dosage than a lot of these others.
Yeah,
because
vypať
they're
fúdio.
isolated and sort of manufactured, whereas Easy Mag is pure plant product. And because of that, it's going to be a lower dose, but it's going to be much better tolerated and probably much better absorbed. So a smaller dose is probably going to go a long way. And in the clinic, it seems to work for most people. So I'll put a link down below if you want to try that one out. Sign number 8 of a magnesium deficiency could be headaches and or migraines. And we talked about these mechanisms before. Magnesium supports neurotransmitter function, which is the overall signaling, but also it controls muscle relaxation, which has to do with vasodilation and vasoconstriction, how much the blood vessels tighten up and release, because that is the central mechanism in a headache.
Oh. 34. It's fine. We go for one big fucker. Fine. No, namixujeme si várku Foodia, Foodia už nie je. Takže odteraz sa poveda zatiaľ iba Stillmas. Uvidíme, čo z toho vznikne.
Sign number 9 is constipation, and this is the same mechanism again, and it really helps us appreciate how important muscles are, not just the skeletal muscle that we use to move body parts on purpose, but all the other muscles that are not under voluntary control, like your heart and your blood vessels and your GI tract, your intestines. They operate by something called smooth muscle. And in the GI tract, that smooth muscle, the constriction of the muscles in the intestinal wall is what moves the food through, that churns the food and mixes the food and then keeps moving it through. And that's called peristalsis. If we don't have enough magnesium, then we can't really regulate these muscle contractions and relaxations appropriately and could lead to constipation. Sign number 10 is numbness and tingling, which is an abnormal sensation. It's a form of distorted signal sensation when the brain either gets the wrong signals or interprets it wrong. And this has to do with electrolyte balance. And like we said before, magnesium is critically involved with regulating the other electrolytes. And the primary electrolytes involved in signaling is sodium and potassium. Numbness and tingling is also dependent on neurotransmitter function, which we talked about before, but also on blood circulation. Poor circulation can create numbness and tingling. And this has to do with magnesium's ability to regulate muscles, muscle relaxation, muscle contraction, and therefore also in setting vascular tone, meaning the tightness and relaxation of blood vessels to determine how much blood is flowing through a blood vessel. But I had to throw in number 11, which is chocolate cravings. And here you're all going, I knew it. I knew there was a reason. I knew there was a legitimate reason for me to crave and eat that chocolate. And chocolate may not be a terrible thing, but if you have severe cravings, it could be magnesium, but it is much more likely that you're eating milk chocolate, which is extremely addictive. So let's just compare milk chocolate and dark chocolate and talk about which one you really want to crave. So milk chocolate, first of all, is over 50% sugar on average, and that's probably the number one thing that you're addicted to. Then, of course, it has milk in it, and then it has some emulsifiers and fillers and flavoring agents, which is maybe around 5%. And then the cocoa portion, which is where
Cocoa
the
butt.
vast majority of the magnesium would be, is only about 15% in milk chocolate. In Hershey's, I think it was like 11. So you're not getting a lot of magnesium, a lot of cocoa in that type of chocolate. So
Give
if
me a
you're gonna
cocoa
eat
butt, give me a
chocolate, if you wanna
cocoa.
justify it, then I would suggest you eat the dark chocolate, at least 70%, but even better, 85. And most of that is a matter of habit. If you stop eating sugar and processed foods, then the dark chocolate is going to start tasting better and better. And the way you want to understand dark chocolate is that it really only has two main ingredients, and that's cocoa and sugar. So if the package says 85% cocoa, that means it has 15% sugar. Now, not only is that much, much less than milk chocolate, but it's also much less addictive, and it will satisfy you much, much quicker. So
Give
while
me a
it is very
cocoa, give me a
difficult to have a piece
Lojo.
of milk chocolate and stop,
Give me
it
a
is very
cocoa, give me a
possible with dark
Jojo.
chocolate. Now,
Give me a
the
cocoa,
lecithins, the
cocoa butt.
emulsifiers, the
Give me a
flavoring agents
cocoa,
in dark
cocoa
chocolate
butt.
is going to be minuscule. It's going to barely
Stay
be
on
there compared to milk chocolate.
That's
So
fine.
the rest
Give
is
me a
going to be
cocoa, give me a
which is where
Lojo.
anything that you've ever heard would be beneficial
Give me a
about
cocoa,
chocolate,
give me a
whether it's
mojo.
magnesium or some other thing in there,
Give me the
it's
cocoa
going to
butt.
be in the
Give
cocoa
me the
and not
cocoa
in
butt.
the other components. So if we compare the magnesium content in 85% dark chocolate, we see that it's about 225 milligrams per 100 grams. Now, you probably don't want to eat 100 grams, but if you have about 1 ounce, again, 28 grams or so, you're still getting a substantial amount. 63 milligrams is
Give me
more
a
than
go-go,
a
give me
serving
a
of most other
Lojo.
foods, so it's not a bad
Give
thing.
me a
Whereas
go-go,
if you
give
eat
me a
milk chocolate,
mojo.
now you're only getting
Give me a
60
go-go
milligrams
bug.
in an entire
Give
bar.
me a
So
go-go
if you
bug.
manage to keep yourself to just eating 1 ounce, you're getting a measly 17 milligrams of magnesium, hardly worth it for all that sugar you just consumed. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Health champions. Health champions. Fuck the Lojo health champions.
Type 2 diabetics need
Snažím sa nájsť nejakú. Aj pohľadím na ženách. Dáme jedno polar na ženách, klasicky. Máme tu nejaké podmazy.
Železo v nadmerných dávkach spôsobuje nielen čiernu stolicu a zápchu, ale spôsobuje poškodenie černej mikrobioty, zvyšuje riziko rakoviny hrubého čreva a zrejme spôsobuje poškodenie mnohých iných orgánov. Toto je téma taká vážna, že som si opäť dal kravatu.
Ak sa vám naše videá páčia, staňte sa našimi aktívnymi odberateľmi a súčasne vpravo dolu zakliknite aj značku zvončeka. Tak dostanete správu o každom našom novom videu.
Ako neužívať železo? Poviem vám 6 vecí. Tá prvá je, neužívajte ho živelne. Železo nie je vhodné užívať skôr, než sa zistí, prečo je v organizme deficit železa.
Bo nepojedám, jebo. Bo nepojedáš, jebo, lebo hľaduješ, jebo.
Prvýkrát vám zistia anémiu, prvýkrát vám zistia zníženú hladinu železa. Nikoho nezaujíma, prečo to vlastne je. A rovno
Lebo hľaduješ,
veľké dávky
jebo.
železa na niekoľko týždňov, možno aj mesiacov.
Čo si
Prvá
myslíš?
rada, neužívajte železo skôr, než je vyšetrené, prečo máte.
Nepotrebujem vyšetriť, lebo hľadujem. Hlad, nedostatok príjmu,
veľké dávky
jebo.
železa pri nevyšetrených, nevyliečených alebo neliečených poruchách trávenia a ochorení.
Ale sereš sračky, chlapina.
Ako neužívať železo, neužívajte veľké dávky železa.
Sereš
To znamená,
sračky.
Pozrime si spolu, aké sú odporúčané dávky pre denný príjem železa. A k tomu ešte patrí informácia, že za hornú bezpečnú dávku sa považuje 45 mg na deň. Musíme brať do úvahy, že ak sa človek stravuje, ak nie je na parenterálnej výžive, tak príjma nejaké železo aj vo svojich potravách.
Nestravuje sa. Zaplatíš mi stravuje, bo?
Pýtam sa,
Nezaplatíš, tak čo
Že?
trpeš hovno?
tehotná žena dostane od lekára odporúčané užívať 2, 3 alebo aj 4 tabletky najčastejšie predpisovaného železa, ktoré obsahuje 100 mg atomárneho železa v jednej tabletke. Ak je horná bezpečná denná dávka 45 mg, ona dostane 200, 300, 400 mg železa na deň a má to užívať niekoľko týždňov.
A netreb.
Nie, nemyslím si, že je to správne. Nemyslím si, že je to bezpečné len preto, lebo to odporúči lekár. Toto sú obrovské dávky. Dávky, ktoré naozaj a zásadne môžu poškodzovať naše zdravie.
Ale zdravie, ty máš poškodené zdravie tiež.
Dokonca užívať denne 6 tých tabletiek, to znamená 600 mg železa.
A si ako pičus,
Na
Buko, si
15
ako
mg
pičus.
dennú odporúčanú
To je
dávku,
problém.
to znamená, že ona od lekára dostala odporúčanie užívať za jeden deň toľko železa, ako by mala užiť za 40 dní. Toto nemôže byť v poriadku, ak to máte robiť niekoľko týždňov alebo mesiacov. Po štvrté, veľa železa poškodzuje tráviaci trakt. Veľké dávky železa, a je to zdokumentované, môžu
Tak si daj malé
spôsobiť
dávky
poškodenie
železa.
žalúdka. Veľké dávky železa a 20-násobok dennej dávky dlhodobo
Pičný
sú
Buko,
veľké dávky železa.
pičný
Môže
Buko.
spôsobiť zápal a poškodenie sliznice čreva.
Tak si dáš malé dávky železa, nie veľké. Čo si
Na
pičný
veľkých
Buko?
dávkach železa, ktoré dostala ako kompenzáciu anémie, ktorá vznikla z celiakie, nakoniec ochorela ešte aj na ulceróznu kolitídu. Nie je celkom isté, či z toho železa, ale je to dosť pravdepodobné. Veľké dávky železa poškodzujú črevnú mikrobiotu aj v hrubom čreve, pretože podporujú rast a množenie baktérií, ktoré nám škodia a potláčajú rast a existenciu baktérií, ktoré nám prospievajú.
Všetko
Veľké dávky
škodí.
železa spôsobujú, že baktérie, ktoré nám škodia, nám môžu škodiť ešte viac, stávajú sa virulentné, stávajú sa ešte viac schopné spôsobiť...
Všetko škodí,
zápal a
Buko,
infekciu v našom
všetko
čreve.
škodí.
A veľké dávky železa...
Snažíš
v
sa
hrubom
povedať
čreve
to, čo škodí.
podporujú
Teoreticky,
zvýšené
teoreticky
riziko
najmenej,
vzniku
teoreticky.
rakoviny hrubého čreva. A rakovina
Piční ľudia
hrubého
takiž
čreva je
nevedia.
ochorenie, ktoré máme
Nevedia
dlhodobo
nič.
medaily na svetovej úrovni.
Iba teoretizujú.
Veľké dávky železa v podobe červeného mäsa a k tomu veľké dávky železa vo forme výživových doplnkov v tom hrubom čreve prosto, je to len otázka času, môžu tú rakovinu našetriť.
Prečo by si dával červené
Ja si
mäso?
nemyslím,
Prečo by si
že
vôbec
robí
chcel jesť
na
červené
bezpečné,
mäso? Čo si
len
pičus?
preto, lebo to odporúči lekár
Chorý
užívať
jedinec?
takéto veľké
Sa vyser na
dávky
červené
železa.
mäso.
Vieme, že pre
Si jebo?
dlhodobé užívanie je horná denná bezpečná dávka 45 mg.
Čo sú chorí tí ľudia?
Navyše
Sú
vieme,
chorí.
že síran železnatý, najčastejšia forma železa, ktorá sa používa v tých najčastejšie a najbežnejšie používaných výživových doplnkoch, v kombinácii s vitamínom C spôsobuje masívnu tvorbu voľných radikálov, mutácie a je to jeden z rizikových faktorov, ktoré tú
Počuj,
rakovinu
Buko,
hrubého
ty
čreva
mutuješ?
môžu v
Si
skutočnosti
zmutovaný,
nastartovať.
Buko? Si
Je pre mňa
zmutoval.
preto nepochopiteľné, ako je možné, že sa predávajú takéto prípravky, ktoré obsahujú v sebe síran železnatý a vitamín C spolu. Ak užívate síran železnatý, jeho vstrebávanie je na takej úrovni, že vitamínom C už nezlepšíte vstrebávanie železa. Môže to vytvárať toxický koktejl.
Toxický koktejl, takzvaný
Vitamín C
toxický.
a iné organické kyseliny potrebujete najlepšie vstrebávanie rastlinného železa. Ak sa usilujete upraviť hladinu železa v krvi šošovicou, orechami, tekvicou a tekvicovými semienkami a podobne, ako budeme hovoriť v našom budúcom videi o tom, ako riešiť železo v tele, tam potrebujete organické kyseliny, vrátane.
Si taký
kyselín,
horúci
ako
koktail,
vitamín
si
C.
horúci
A
koktail.
užívate syntetické formy železa. Veľká
sa vyznáš v tom
dávka vitamínu C
fachu.
K tomu to je toxický koktail.
Toxický
A
koktail.
megadávky železa a k tomu veľké dávky C vitamínu. To je ešte toxickejší koktail.
My to voláme klasický toxický
Ako
koktail.
neužívať železo je
Taký toxík.
kombinácia syntetických foriem.
Piče,
s
dal by som si
vitamínom C.
nápojku.
Po šieste,
Som si nápojku.
čo teda robiť?
Fuck off.
Poprvé, neužívajte železo skôr,
Dal by som
kým
si
sa nepríde
nápojku.
na príčiny
Príčina je, že nejem
To je
nemám
ideálne
jedlo,
prístup,
také
ideálne
príčina
riešenie.
je.
Po druhé, neužívajte veľmi veľké dávky. Ak máte deficit železa,
Niektorí ľudia proste hľadujú. Nie každý má peniaze na tónu jedla.
Potraviny,
Pičus.
ktoré obsahujú veľa železa,
Jebo.
nájdete na našej stránke encyklopediakd.sk. Tu je QR kód, kde nájdete kompletný materiál a informáciu o železe.
Ale trepe, že nič sa ve vredy, Buko. Trepe, že nič sa ve vredy, Buko.
Mletelanové
Čo bude s
zeleniny,
Buko?
výborný zdroj železa.
Buko je
Tomu tie
pičus.
organické kyseliny naozaj pomáhajú pre lepšiu vstrebanie.
Buko to nedá,
Všetko
nezvláda
ostatné
ten
o
tlak.
železe vám povieme v našom budúcom videu.
Buko nezvláda
Tam
tlak
vám
na svoju osobu a začína trepať hnoj.
a dobre okysličené všetky bunky vášho tela.
Viete, že sa môžete stať spoluautormi našich videí?
No, ja by som sa
Komentujte
stal,
video,
pičuska.
napíšte tému, ktorá
Keby som
vás
sa stal, by
zaujíma
som vám
a
povedal,
budú
keď ste
práve tú
pičus.
vašu onedlho vyberieme.
Ja by som určite vybrali, keby ste počuli, kam poviem si pičus. Určite ho vyberete. Určite. 100% ma vyberete pičus. Určite. Budem vybratý do komunity pičusov, do komunity bukovcov. Jasné. Orchy, jasné.
Hello, Health Champions.
Health
Today we're going to
Champions.
talk about the top 10 superfoods that destroy inflammation. And we'll jump right into the list in no particular order. Number 1 on the list is grass-fed meat and organ meats. Because this is a
Good.
food source with very concentrated nutrients.
Good.
It's very rich in B12, zinc, iron, vitamin A, and choline. And this is true for meats, but even more so of organ meats. And when we say meats, we're still talking about all
About
forms of
shit?
animal meat.
You're talking
And when
about
it
shit,
comes to
man.
inflammation, it's very important that they have extremely low insulin impact. They don't trigger blood sugar hardly at all. And therefore, they can help reverse insulin resistance, which is one of the primary causes
Reverse.
of chronic inflammation. But
Reverse
also what's good
insulin
about meat
resistance,
is
reversible.
that they are extremely well tolerated.
Yeah,
There's
toxíny,
very
toxíny
few people are gonna
a
have
nejaké
an
špekačky.
allergic or a sensitivity reaction to it. And if you don't tolerate meat, it's probably because
Toxíny
your
a nejaké
digestion is
špekačky.
weak and you just need the support with some hydrochloric
Proste ono je to
So when we
klasika.
talk
Povedať
about
toxíny a
superfoods, we need to be
špekačky.
clear about how we think about these superfoods.
Easy, a? Toxíny a
There is an old
špekačky.
saying that says, let food be thy medicine. This goes back
Let
to
food be my
Pavlov
lojo.
from Greece. Hippocrates.
Fuck off.
And this is a very popular expression. A lot of
You know
people
what is
quote it,
popular
a lot of
expression?
people believe in it.
Be a
But I would
fucker
like
and
to
enjoy the
say
cocoa
that
nuts.
It's really not quite true. And it's not
Fuck
to
off.
say that Hippocrates was wrong. I still
Hello, health
believe that it's a
champions.
very
You
sound
are the
principle,
beasts.
But we have distorted how we think about it. But with
Hello,
the
health
last 50 to 100
champions.
years in our society,
We
it
are
has
the
gradually
beasts.
become to me more and more to take something for something when we think about a superfood.
We take
And
something.
we have this pill mentality that we have been sold the idea that if you have a problem, you take a pill for it, and the symptom or the problem goes away. Well,
No keď to
symptoms
nefixneme
might go
pilou,
away, but the problem
to nefixneme
doesn't
vôbec.
go away because there's
Takže
an
asi tak,
underlying
jebo.
problem that is not addressed by the pill. So we have come to think of medicine, of pills, as magic remedies. And then we try to get a little bit more natural, and now
Ja neviem, tí ľudia, oni si myslí, že každý je zazubaný ako oni. To sú rady pre zazubancov. Oni dávajú rady zazubancom.
But you can't just have that idea of taking a pill, taking something and ignoring the root cause and thinking you'll be okay. That's like you can't sprinkle turmeric on a donut and think you're going to be all right. And one of the worst examples in history is
Donut
in
cake.
2007 when Coca-Cola introduced a vitamin Coke called Diet Coke Plus.
Vitamin
And
Coke?
they were forced to withdraw that from the market because there was no plus about it, and plus was a very specific term. But you can't improve your health by taking some synthetic vitamins in a solution of artificial chemicals like Coca-Cola. You have to understand that if we're trying to fight inflammation, if we're trying to find the foods that will make inflammation better, we have to understand that inflammation is a response to something. So the first thing we have to do is to not eat the foods that cause inflammation. We
Like
have to
Lojo
reverse
and
the root
Mojo.
causes, and we have
Like
to handle
coconuts.
things like insulin resistance,
Give me a
nutrient
go-go,
deficiency,
give me a Lojo.
dysbiosis,
Give
oxidative
me a
stress,
Lojo and give me a
toxic burden,
Mojo.
chemicals,
Give me the
metals,
cocoa
pollution,
butt.
and food reactions. So it's not about magic herbs. It is about eating a mix, a combination
Mix
of a
of
variety
Lojo
of real food and this
and
can be
Mojo.
animal foods. It can be plant foods. I would recommend a combination.
Combination
And
of
then we
Lojo and
understand
Mojo.
that there are some herbs and spices that
Yeah,
can
give me
also
some
be
spice.
beneficial,
Give me some herb.
that can enhance.
I grab it.
Number 2 on the list is wild-caught fish. And fish is a meat, so it is pretty much the same as in number 1. It has very concentrated nutrients, is very low in glycemic and insulin response. But what's unique about fish that meat hardly has any is that it's very high in EPA and DHA. Those are the long-chain fatty acids that we need to build cell membranes and that most people are deficient in. They are anti-inflammatory and they reduce some inflammatory messengers and cytokines called TNF alpha and interleukin 6. And
TNF
it doesn't
alpha
matter
and
what they call it,
interleukers.
You need to know
You
that
fuckers.
if you have enough of essential fatty acids, you're going to control your inflammation much better. And if you eat enough of them, you're going to improve your omega-3 to omega-6 ratio. And a lot of people have a widely distorted. They have a ratio maybe 20 to 1.
Ratio 0. Ja mám ratio 0.
of
Nemám žiadne
omega-6
masné
and
kyseliny,
omega-3.
žiadne
You need to
omegy.
be 1 to 1
Ratio
or
0,
1 to
man.
4. But if you eat
Fuck
more
off.
omega-3s to improve
No
the
omegas.
ratio, you also can't keep eating all those seed oils. And seed oils are the foundation of fat consumption in most
Nemáme
of the
žiadne
world.
seed oily.
And just to be
Žiadne
perfectly
oily.
clear,
Máme
goldfish
makovník,
crackers do not
makovník
count as seafood,
a
even when
dvakrát
they have
prášok.
Chilean sea
To
bass
všetko.
flavor.
A to stačí, som zistil.
Superfood number 3 is healthy fat, and here there's a long list
A keď
of
som
naturally
zistil,
stable fats that
ako
don't
v najlepšom
promote
prípade jeden
inflammation.
makovník fixuje
An
dosť
extra
veľa.
virgin olive oil, that's a monounsaturated.
Ako ten makovník z bielej
avocado,
má viacej
fruit,
bielkovín.
vegetable, and the oil, both of those are monounsaturated. Then we have grass-fed butter.
A nevládzem ho ani
ghee.
zjesť.
We have coconut
To je
oil,
brutalita.
lard, tallow, and duck
Makovník je
fat
brutálne
as
jedlo.
well.
To je, ako makovník je
These can
brutalita.
help reduce
Makovník je
inflammation
superfood.
because they're inflammation neutral.
Dá si 400 gramový makovník
A bunch of seed oils and
ako
commercial
jediné
fats
jedlo dňa,
and dry oils
asi
that
sprasený,
can cause inflammation. Now
úplne
you're
do sucha.
effectively helping reduce
Jeden makovník.
inflammation overall.
Jeden
So what we're
400
getting
gramáč.
from these fats
Samozrejme
is
sa
we're
musíš
getting
podeliť s pánom Štoloverkom, ale
monounsaturated fat and medium chain
poviem, že pán
triglycerides.
Štoloverka by nemal povedať
So like I
makovník.
said,
Stále sa
the
tlačí do
Evo and the
ňoho.
avocado is mostly monounsaturated fats. The rest of them are going to have a combination of monounsaturated and saturated.
Mono and lolo.
Except for the coconut oil, which is almost entirely.
Ale mal by som prejsť na srdinky. Plán je prejsť na srdinky, len samozrejme
Compensate. Coconut oil has a lot of
Len to
medium
chvíľu
chain
potrvá.
triglycerides that are beneficial for many other reasons. And from the butter, we're getting butyrate and some other short chain fatty acids that can be very beneficial for your gut
I
bacteria.
see.
We're also getting some antioxidants. In the olive oil, there's something called oleocanthal that is a powerful antioxidant. And there's another antioxidant called CLA, or conjugated linoleic acid,
Conjugated
that
Lojo
we get from the grass-fed
and heroic
beef and the
mojo,
fat
man.
in the grass-fed beef, and therefore also in the butter and the ghee.
Butter
we
and
have heard of that
mojo.
because technically it is a trans fat, and we've heard so
It's
many
a
bad
business,
things
man.
about
It's not a trans fat.
that
It's
people
a
often lump them
business.
together and they say,
Fuck
"Oh, I
off.
knew it. There's trans fats in meat. That's got to be really bad." Well,
Oh, really?
it's a completely different type of trans fat. It is nature's trans
Still
fat,
good.
which is an antioxidant that we have the enzymes to process, whereas the man-made, machine-made, chemical adulterated version of fat called trans fat in margarine,
shit, man.
that's very, very destructive.
We need
It's
to
a
do some.
pro-oxidant, whereas this would be an antioxidant. And what about PUFAs, polyunsaturated fatty acids? Well, you're not getting very much at all. You're getting a tiny little bit in the grass-fed butter and the
Čo
grass-fed
potrebujeme?
beef, but you're going to get your main
Zbrán.
source of polyunsaturated fatty acids from
Oh,
fish, and a little bit from things like chia seed and flaxseed, which is still beneficial, but we don't convert it all that
We
well.
don't convert the
place
fat
you're
to the
not
business.
wanting to get polyunsaturated fatty acids is again from seed oils and vegetable oils that they promote as healthy because they have this, but you're not really getting much from that.
Aj keď ja si nemyslím, že jedna malá plechovka sardiniek, ja si nemyslím, že 90 gramov sardiniek ma nasíti tak s rohlíkmi, aj keď to sú rohlíky ešte k tomu 3. A stále si nemyslím, že 3 rohlíky a 90 gramov sardiniek ma nasíti ako 400 gramový mákovník. Takže ja tam nevidím
cabbage and Brussels sprouts, and these have powerful antioxidants,
ja tam nevidím nejakú
anti-cancer ability.
Nejakú veľkú nádej na tie sardinky, aj keď uvidíme Adriatic Queen, keď sa objednajú.
Garlic, onion, leek, shallots, chives, and scallions. And what these vegetables are very high in are called organosulfur compounds. And the most potent one is called allicin, which we find a lot of in garlic. It is highly anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial. But all of these organosulfur
Uvidíme, ako sa situácia vyvrbí, ale mákovník je, ten Bielama dobrý mákovník. Stojí 2,39, ale je oveľa tučnejší ako mákovník v kraju. Ten krajový nie je taký masný, ako Bielama masný mákovník. Ako Bielama nie je skutočne masný mákovník.
And they can also detoxify. They can kill off some of the bacteria that produce LPS, which is lipopolysaccharides, which is one of those inflammatory
Biela má strašne tučný mákovník, masívny.
and which is why they're actually pathogenic. Superfood number 5 are berries, and there's many different types of berries, but the 4 that we talk about the most because they're available everywhere are raspberries, blackberries, strawberries, and blueberries. And what berries do that other fruits don't is that they are very low glycemic, they're very high in fiber, and they're very high in polyphenols. And these polyphenols, they're not really nutrients to you, but they're very important chemicals in that they support the gut microbiome, and therefore they also support the brain, they support...
Takže mákovník to fixuje, stojí 2,39.
Number 6 is pasture-raised eggs, and they're one of the most complete foods that we have. I made several separate videos on that because they're so incredible. They are rich in choline and support and inflammation control.
Tento jedlový režim, aký mám, je solidný. Ani nie som už moc hladný. Cez deň nie som hladný skoro vôbec cez deň, lebo o 12. jem. A v noci nie som hladný tiež, lebo si dám si banánový nápoj, dám si 2-krát banánový nápoj. Jeden o 6, jeden okolo 18 a jeden okolo 21. 21, jeden a 18 prvý. 2 banánové nápoje. To som v pohode. Ako trochu pocitujem hlad, samozrejme pred spaním, ten tam stále je, ale nie je to taký masívny hlad. Nie je taký masívny hlad už, aký to býva posledný mesiac. Keď to boli naozaj tvrdé hladovky, už tento režim vyzerá byť solidný.
And some examples here are heifer yogurt, kimchi, and sauerkraut. And these now contain the probiotics, the seeds, the bacteria, the beneficial bacteria themselves. A lot of the foods we talked about so far have prebiotics, which are supposed to feed the bacteria, but here we're adding some of the actual bacteria. And one of the main benefits of probiotics is to support the gut balance. And why are we talking so much about gut balance? Why is this showing up on almost every slide? Because when we talk about superfoods, you have to tolerate them. And the number one reason if you can tolerate them or not depends on the health and variety and the strength of your gut bacteria and your intestinal lining. So most of the inflammation that we have, in fact, come from our inability to process foods and the inflammatory reaction that recur as a result of our poor digestion. So when we can improve gut balance, that is probably the most
good.
powerful way to reduce inflammation overall. And now we get to a couple of items that are not really food, but that are very powerful to add on to an anti-inflammatory regime. And number 9 here is green tea, which contains something called EGCG, which stands for epigallocatechin gallate. Don't worry about it. All you need to know is that EGCG is a very powerful nutrient and that has a number of documented benefits. It is an antioxidant, it is anti-inflammatory, so it helps reduce inflammation, but also
Helps with the lojo
reduce
and of course
blood
with the
sugar.
mojo.
It helps support brain health, it stimulates fat burning, it supports liver detox, and it is antimicrobial and gut protective. But all green teas are not created equal. So if you're looking for this EGCG benefit, now you need to know what's in there. So there are 2 things you're going to get with green tea. You're going to get the EGCG and you're going to get caffeine. So the EGCG, you're trying to get as much as possible, and caffeine, you're trying to get some, but not too much. It's nice to get a little stimulation maybe from caffeine, but if you go overboard, now it starts stressing you and is counterproductive. So the most powerful green tea is called matcha, and it has 60 to 80 milligrams of caffeine per cup. It has 105 to 150 milligrams of EGCG, which is by far the most of any green tea. So the reason it's so nutrient dense is several things. First, they grow it in the shade for about 3 weeks before they pick it. And then they only pick some of the leaves, like the very freshest, to get the most nutrients out of it. And then when you do matcha, you grind it into a fine powder, and you
Fine
consume
lojo,
the
man.
entire leaf.
Grind it
That's
to
why
the
you get
shit.
so many nutrients.
What a
out of it.
grinders,
The
man.
next one on the list is called Gyokuro, which
Neolojo.
is similar in that it is shade grown, and they pick the very earliest leaves.
Yes, we
But
still
you
got
don't
some
consume
last
the whole
foodie or
leaf.
brunch.
You steep it in water. So you're going to get a similar amount of caffeine, and you're going to get a lot of the EGCG, but not
Okay, foodie
all.
je
Now, both
finishnuté.
of these types, the matcha and the Gyokuro,
Zajtra budú dve várky banánového
much
koktejlu.
more expensive because of how they have to produce it and how they have to handle it. But
Handle it
most
with care.
high quality green tea that you're probably getting is called sencha. That's the
Takže
most
plán je
common
povedať,
brand. And here you're still getting a fair amount. You're getting much significantly less, 20 to 40 milligrams of caffeine, but you're getting a
plán je
decent
povedať,
amount of EGCG still. So for most people,
no vychádza to na
sencha is
60
kind of
gramov
their
proteínu
everyday
denne.
drinking variety. But if you
Vychádza
buy
to na
something
60 gramov.
unspecified, now chances are you're going to get a lot of
Vychádza to na
balsam that
60
they just
gramov
grind a little bit
proteínu
and put in a
denne.
tea bag for you. And now you're going to get 10 to 20 milligrams of caffeine. You're going to get 10 to 25 milligrams of EGCG. So there's still some benefit, but you see that you're down to like 10-15% of what you could get with matcha. And bancha is cheaper.
Okolo
because
60 gramov
it's
proteínu
when-
denne sa bude,
kind of toward the
čo
end
solidné
of the
číslo.
season when they pick the rest of the leaves. But
Ako
here's
to je,
something
keby
that
som
you
mal
have
3
to be
mákovníky
very
denne.
aware
Z
of,
proteínového
and that they
hľadiska
don't tell you,
sú to
because
3
the same
mákovníky
company
denne.
On Amazon, you can find a lot of these good teas now, but a lot of the same companies that sell you these will also sell you decaf green tea, and they're saying that they have tremendous
znamená-
antioxidant benefits, which is not true, because when they
To mi
decaffeinate
stačí.
and you bring down the caffeine to 2 to 5
To je ten
milligrams,
základ.
you're also
Jeden
bringing
mákovník,
down the
a dvakrát banánový
in
koktail.
that same range.
A do toho z času na čas
You're not
nejaké
really
orechy.
getting antioxidant benefit unless you just really like to drink that green tea.
Repkovi
Right?
povieme, zožije
Most
nejaké
people
orechy.
probably drink the green tea because
Možno
they
Repko
have
zožije
heard of
nejaké
some of these
orechy.
benefits.
Ťažko povedať
And
v
then
tejto
you
bráni.
want to go for the top
To je to, čo
two,
potrebujem,
or
orechy,
if you really want that
dvakrát
boost, or
banánový
you want to go
koktail,
with sencha for your
mákovník
everyday
alebo
use.
sardinky,
And
jedno
one
z toho.
important point with green tea, if you're trying to get these benefits,
Stále je plán
is
sardinky,
brew it
ale
at a
nemyslím,
little
že
bit
sardinky ma
lower
nasýtia.
temperature than other teas.
Tak ja stále o tom pochybujem, ale otestujem to samozrejme. V najhoršom prípade ma nenasítia, z toho sa nebude robiť nejaká veda, to je jedno. Ale som zvedavý teda, že ako plný sa budem cítiť z 3 rohlíkov a z 90 gramov sardiniek. Bo to je naozaj málo jedla, to je málo mäsa. To je nič. A tak uvidíme.
But we need to understand that there's really two different ways that it can work, and we're going to cover these in detail. So the active compound, the active ingredient in turmeric is called curcumin, but this is very, very poorly absorbed. It is fat soluble, and therefore it doesn't mix well with the water.
Ale v najhoršom prípade mákovník to celé fixuje. Bila má veľmi kvalitný mákovník, veľmi mácný. Ako ten mákovník z Billy má neskutočnú šťavu. Štvrtok by som štvrtok pôjdem znova do Billy, zoberiem 4 kúsky mákovníku. Na štvrtok, piatok, sobotu a nedeľu 4 kúsky mákovníku.
And then it's supposed to be getting into the bloodstream. And
Uvidíme.
here is where we're talking about the absorption.
Lebo chvíľu potrvá, kým zoženieme Adriatic Queen sardinky, tie sa musia objednať, tie si kúpiť nedajú očividne. Takže Adriatic Queen sardinky sa musia objednať z internetu, takže to môže chvíľu trvať.
This absorption considerably, but you have to understand that the reason you increase the absorption is that you make the membrane, the gut membrane, more permeable. And that's not necessarily a good thing because too much of that is called a leaky gut. So we want to be rather particular about that gut permeability and about what gets through and what doesn't. And then ultimately, we can also try to get this curcumin into the cell. So let's talk about how this works now. If we get it from the gut into the bloodstream, the little bit that gets through there is going to be quickly broken down by the liver. So what the liver does, it conjugates chemicals, it conjugates things that are fat soluble to make them water soluble. Most toxins, not that turmeric is a toxin, but most toxins are fat soluble, and what the liver does, it conjugates them to make them water soluble so we can dispose of them. But in doing that, it also deactivates
Takže tých 20 000, takže utratili sme, no tých 14 000, skoro 15.
on it, or a group on it. Now that curcumin becomes inactive, and then it's also water soluble, and now we can eliminate it, or it gets eliminated. So with all this taking place, with the poor absorption from the gut to the blood, and then the liver gets rid of it very quickly, the amount that gets into the cell is almost zero. So that seems almost like a lost cause, right? If we hardly get any of it into the cell where it could act as an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, why does it have such a good reputation?
Well,
the reason is that the traditional benefits have to do
traditional benefit je to, že si
pičas. Just remember, almost all of it is going to stay in the gut. So if it has benefits, the benefits have to be there.
Benefit je, že si pičas. To je benefit.
Bacterial balance. It can increase the production of short-chain fatty acids, which are some of the bacteria there, and it also helps with many different things. Inflammation and leaky gut. But then some of the gut bacteria that live down there can actually convert the turmeric or the curcumin into more active forms of it called tetrahydro or dihydrocurcumin. And these are actually more potent antioxidants and anti-inflammatory agents than the turmeric itself before it encountered the bacteria. So turmeric and curcumin has been shown to dramatically reduce the amount of inflammatory cytokines, especially in people with IBD or inflammatory bowel disease, the people who have really severe problems with inflammation. Now, taking turmeric, it can counteract some of that in the gut. And it can also reduce the leaky gut, the gut permeability, and it can reduce that amount of LPS, the lipopolysaccharide leakage that we talked about before. And it can also act as a prebiotic, as food for some of the beneficial bacteria down there. So even though we're just talking about the benefits in the gut, it is still pretty potent, it's still pretty powerful, and that's why it has such a long history in Oriental medicine and in Ayurvedic medicine. But let's talk about what could happen if we actually got a significant portion of it into the cell, because it is an antioxidant, it is anti-inflammatory. We just traditionally haven't been able to get it in there. So if we want to do that, how would we do it? Well, first we have to bind it to something. We have to conjugate it, just like the liver does, but we don't want to deactivate it. We just want to make it water soluble. And if we can do that right, now it becomes inert, meaning it doesn't react with other things. It is protected from other things, and it becomes water soluble and therefore absorbable into the bloodstream and into the cell. So one of my favorite companies in the world is called Standard Process. They make whole food supplements, and everything they do is absolutely natural. So the way that they do it is they combine the curcumin with a soluble fiber from fenugreek. And it's not just that they kind of mix it in and stir it up. It's a very sophisticated process so that they render it inert, protected, and absorbable. So it's proprietary and patented, and what they call it is they encapsulate the curcumin in a hydrogel. So now it gets all of those properties. And in doing that, they increase the bioavailability by 25 to 45 times. So in terms of how many pills you want to take, you want to take 1 pill or 45 pills. So it's not 25%, it's 2,500 to 4,500% improved bioavailability. So that is how you could get the curcumin across the cell membranes and into the cells.
Give the
That's
curcumin to the
But now the
cells.
question is, why would you be interested? Why do we want to go through the hassle? What's the benefit? And there are many recent studies, and when recent, I mean in the last 5 to 10 years, where they have found tremendous benefits. Once the curcumin is properly packaged, like we talked about, it can actually cross the blood-brain barrier. So now we can reduce systemic inflammation and neuroinflammation dramatically. And in these studies, they have found dramatic changes, improvements in mood, in memory function, and in cognitive ability. Because a lot of the issues that we have with the brain, such as mood and memory and cognitive function, have to do with chronic low-grade neuroinflammation. So if we can get something natural and anti-inflammatory into the brain, we can actually start addressing those issues. And it can also, on a blood test, it's been shown to reduce C-reactive protein as well as many other inflammatory markers. And it's shown to reduce the amount of oxidized LDL. That's the LDL that's been damaged that actually become part of the plaques, the truly harmful LDL. And it also improves endothelial function, the elasticity and the health of the inside of the blood vessel. And it's also been shown to reduce some of the fatty liver markers. But it can only do all of these things, of course, if it actually gets into the cell. So I'm going to talk about a couple of products that I feel very strongly about the quality, because they can actually make a difference. And the first one is called Turmeric Forte from Standard Process, their sub-brand called MediHerb. And even though Standard Process is almost 100 years old and have had hundreds of products through their history and still do, Turmeric Forte is actually the #1 selling product because it works really well. And to distinguish these two products, you want to think of turmeric forte as being for more general inflammation, for muscle injuries, muscle aches, and joint pain. And if you want to start off and hit it really hard in the beginning, the acute dose would be 4 pills a day. So think about that when you realize that it has 25 to 45 times the bioavailability. That's like taking 150 of turmeric capsules per day to get that same effect. And maintenance dose would be 1 to 2 if you still have some issues, but you just want to hit it hard in the beginning. And the other product is called NeuroRegenex, which has about 2/3 or 3/4 of the turmeric that turmeric forte has, but it also has added in a few different herbs to improve other aspects like circulation and take the nutrients more effectively to where they want to go.
Ja som
And
dneska
both those
nerobil
products
ona.
would work really well, but you want to think of NeuroRegenex specifically
Kurník
if there's
šilpa.
brain
Dneska som nerobil sláčanie. God damn it. Zabudol som na sláčanie dneska. Fuck. No už ideme ho dať teraz. Dáme sláčanie teraz. Koľko máme? Začneme 15. 38, 15. Ale začneme 38, 20. Do 39, 20. Dám o 10 sekúnd dlhšie, dáme trochu progres. Do 39, 30. Tak ja neviem, či to zvládnem. Popravde, už teraz to fúči z posledného. Fúha. Dáme do 39, 30. Uf. 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 Konečne sa, no dobre. Ideme od 39, 50. Dáme celú. Dáme od 40, 00 do 41, 30. No. Do 41, 30, goddammit. Toto sláčenie by teoreticky mohlo pomôcť s vysením. Toto posiluje dosť zápestie. Že týmto si chcem trochu pomôcť s vysením, keď vysím. A nie to sa nám dá minútu 30. Dobre. Ale nie to sa nám dá. Ale dá sa to ešte. Dobre. Čo sme mali? Zabudol som vždycky na slača.
Issues like brain fogs or any cognitive issues or signs of neuroinflammation. And they did an 8-week study on this where they gave people 6 of these pills a day, and after 4 weeks, the people had a 50% reduction in depression. And these weren't people who just felt a little off or felt a little sad. These were very strong clinical cases of depression. But then when they continued with the 6 a day for the full 8 weeks, now the vast majority of people experienced that the depression was completely gone. And again,
Depresia nikdy nehodíte, ty
heavy
pičus.
meds for years.
Tak ja neviem, oni sú úplní pičusovia, tí ľudia. Ako uvedomuješ si, čo je hlavný dôvod depresie? Mám hlavný dôvod depresie, že otec zomrel. Hej? Otec zomrel, dobre. Ako to fixneš vitamíny? Ako to fixneš svojimi kokotinami? Ako si ľudia môžu myslieť, že mi zmizne depresia z toho, že otec zomrel a z toho, že žijem na svete kokotov? S tým, že mi dajú nejaké vitamíny alebo nejaké sračky. Jedine ako fixnúť depresiu, že žijem na svete kokotov a že otec zomrel je, aby som zabudol na otca, aby som na ňo zabudol, aby som zabudol na celý svoj život, aby som si nič nepamätal. A takisto, aby som zabudol, že žijem na svete kokotov. Toto je tá kokotina, ktorú oni hovoria, že vitamíny spôsobujú. Keď nemáš nedostatok vitamínov, ty spôsobuje depresiu. Ja nemám depresiu. Môj hlavný dôvod depresie ani není v ten, že mi je zle, že som unavený a podobne. Hlavné dôvody depresie sú hlbšie. Tie skutočné dôvody depresie sú, že otec zomrel a že žijem na svete kokotov. A to nefixne žiadny váš vitamín. Ani žiadne vaše kokotiny, ani minerály, nič to nefixne. Jebovia.
The maintenance dose would probably be 1 to 2, but not necessarily all the time. You could take it occasionally. But as powerful as this is, you don't want to think about it like I talked about in the beginning. It's not a pill mentality. It's part of a healthy lifestyle. So if you want lasting results, now you have to start addressing the root causes. So medication like SSRIs and antidepressants and things like that, they have a temporary effect. They are toxic to the body, and the body often builds up a tolerance, so it stops working as well over time. Now, in contrast, curcumin and the other herbs that they put in NeuroRegenerex, they address the root cause, which is inflammation, and they do it all the way inside the cell. But if you want the lasting results, you still have to go through with the lifestyle changes. You have to address all the things that cause inflammation, like toxins and insulin resistance and so forth. You're not going to get lasting results if you just do tons of green tea and curcumin, plus you still keep up your donut and your margarita and your processed foods. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Toto je problém, pretože tým, že dali v decembri Power of Exile 2 full release, tak to znamená, že nedajú v decembri ďalšiu ligu do Power of Exile. Si myslím. Jedine teraz ideme dúfať v to, že v novembri dajú novú ligu v Power of Exile. Aká je šanca, že v novembri ju dajú? August, september. Máš celý september, celý október. Tá šanca je. Že niekde ku koncu novembra alebo v strede 15. môžu dať. Ale toto je problém, no. Lebo ja sa dosť spolieham na Power of Exile, že bude ešte tento rok. Ak nebude tento rok Power of Exile, tak potom jediné, čo mi ostane, je točiť Last Epoch. Last Epoch. Takisto depresia z toho, ako tie zvieratá žijú, z toho, ako tie sliepky žijú, čo robia tí spíčení ľudia. Čo robia tí spíčení ľudia tým zvieratám. To je celé zlé. To je na tomto, že žiadne vitamíny, žiadne minerály ti nepomôžu s depresiou, pokiaľ tvoj zdroj depresie je to, že žije na svete kokotov, to ako zvieratá trpia, to, že zomrel otec. Žiadne vitamíny, žiadne minerály to nefixnú. Nič to nefixne v podstate. Jediné, čo to fixne, že zabudneš na to. Proste, že zabudneš, stratíš pamäť. Ešte vybavený si. Jediné, čo fixuje mu depresiu, je strata pamäti. What the fuck? Pič svoja. I train thumbs. Vieš čo, ja tak, ja neviem. V podstate všetko. Pretože...
I got a pay break tomorrow, and I'm like $750 short.
Zach, first date, you're asking me to borrow $750. You didn't know that you had to take care of your rent.
Okay, we're not going on a date?
I mean, asking someone for money on the very first.
Wow. Oh man. Sends to pace it short. To som nevedel. Teda co povedal. Ten sa chce povedať, tam povedať. Vyjevač vitamín D. What is this?
Just imagine for a second that there was a mineral that you could buy for a couple of pounds or a couple of dollars
Give me.
that cut your risk of insulin resistance by 71%.
Give me.
Imagine that same mineral was linked to a 47% lower chance of developing type 2 diabetes over the next 20 years. Imagine it also unlocked your vitamin D. It calmed your nervous system down. It helped you to sleep and to switch your metabolism back on, all for about 400 milligrams a day. You would take it straight away. Everybody would be taking this stuff. That is exactly the problem, because I watched a video a couple of days ago, about one of these claims. It was really slick. It was confident. It was full of real studies with real numbers. And tucked in the middle of all of this was a discount code for a supplement that YouTuber, wants to sell you. They want to get money from you. So here is how this video is going to work. The first thing I'm going to do is talk all about magnesium, because that is what we're talking about here, and give it its full and fair credit, because some of this absolutely is true. The next thing I'm going to do is show you exactly where the story here falls apart. And then I'm going to show you what really matters far more than any mineral on its own ever will. Now, if you're new to the channel, then welcome. I'm Dr. Alex. I'm an emergency medicine doctor who has become fascinated by the things that help us to live longer and stay healthy. And all I ask is that if you find this video useful, if you get something valuable from it, then please help me out by liking the video, giving it a hype, and subscribing to the channel as well. It really does help these videos reach as many people as possible who could benefit from it. All of those things are completely free, and I promise you, I will keep making these videos as often as I can for you. So why does a video like that, well, the one that I just mentioned from that other creator, why does that sort of thing work on almost all of us? Well, as you know, I've been working in emergency medicine for years and years, and because of the way medicine has changed in the UK sort of since COVID, you now see everybody come through the door, from minor injuries to minor illnesses that a family doctor would see, all the way through to the full-blown emergencies. And if there's one thing that all of this has taught me, it's that the vast majority of people are not doing the simple, free, boring things that protect their health better than anything else, the stuff that we talk about all the time on this channel. These are the things that when you look at the actual evidence, they turn out to be more powerful than any medication I could ever prescribe you. And it's not because, the population is lazy or stupid, obviously not. It's because these things take hard work, and they are slow, and they take a while to show the benefits. We are wired to want a shortcut. It is why pills are swallowed by the billion every single day. We love the idea of protecting ourselves quickly. We love the idea of buying our way out of trouble in just one click. The clickbait title on this video plays on that exact instinct, and I've used it on purpose so I can show you how the trick works from the inside. So let me start by being completely fair to magnesium. So that is the mineral that we're talking about in this video, because I'm not here to tell you that magnesium is completely useless. Far from it. Magnesium is a mineral that your body uses in lots and lots of different processes and reactions throughout your entire body. And many of them actually are involved in how your body handles sugar. So inside the cells in your pancreas, the ones that release insulin into your bloodstream, magnesium helps the electrical machinery fire properly. Out in your muscles, it helps the insulin signal to land cleanly. So if you are truly short of magnesium, then it is reasonable that your blood sugar control could suffer a bit. And plenty of people are actually short of magnesium because modern processed food has had most of the magnesium stripped out of it. So, if that was the whole story, I would simply tell you to take magnesium as a supplement and I would end the video here. But that obviously is not the full story. So where does that headline of 71% actually come from? Well, it comes from a real study, and the number is quoted correctly, so we've got to be fair about that. But you've got to look closely at what they did in this study. So this study was what we call an observational study. They took 234 people with metabolic syndrome. They followed them for a year, they asked them what they were eating, and they tracked a marker of insulin resistance over that time. They did not give anybody a magnesium pill, they simply noticed that the people who happened to eat the most magnesium were the least likely to drift into insulin resistance. That is the entire basis of the 71% figure. And I will put a link in the description below so you can read that study for yourself. Now, the 47% figure is sort of exactly the same shape. That figure came from a study that followed around 4,500 people over 20 years. It recorded what they ate and it tracked who went on to develop type 2 diabetes. Now, the ones eating the most magnesium in the study had a 47% lower chance of getting diabetes. Again, nobody was handed a magnesium supplement. Their ordinary eating was simply watched from a distance. And again, there's a link in the description below the timestamps if you want to read that. So the obvious question is, why is this a problem? Well, ask yourself one very simple question. Where is magnesium found in our food? Well, obviously it's found in leafy greens and in beans and nuts and seeds and whole grains. So the people eating the most magnesium were almost by definition the people eating the most whole, unprocessed, high fiber food. So they weren't really the magnesium group, inverted commas, they were the eats real food group. And the magnesium just happened to be riding along inside that healthy diet for the ride. And it goes a bit further than just the food as well. Somebody who has decided to eat whole and healthy food is usually the same person making other healthy choices as well. They are more likely to be exercising, they are more likely to be building muscle, they are more likely to be sleeping well, simply because they are the sort of person paying the most attention to their health in the first place. So the big magnesium eaters in these studies were almost certainly not just eating better, they were living better across the board. And all of this is bundled into the number as well. Let me put this another way. So the magnesium figure is not really measuring magnesium. It is acting like a fingerprint for a healthy lifestyle. Finding more magnesium in someone is a bit like finding mud on their boots and then concluding that the mud made them healthy, whereas actually what it's really telling you is that these people get out more, they walk more, they are more active, and they probably eat better, and they just generally look after themselves more. And the thing is, we're not just guessing about this, because researchers can actually test it as well. So what they do is use statistics to strip out the effect of the fiber in these research studies. In other words, to compare people as if they were all eating the same amount of fiber, and then ask whether the magnesium still makes any difference on its own. And when they did that, the link between magnesium and insulin resistance largely disappeared. Let me just say that again, because this is the whole point of this video. Once you account for the fiber, the magnesium effect mostly evaporates. And that tells you that the credit belongs to the real food, to the fiber, and everything that travels with it. and not to the magnesium itself. The magnesium was the passenger, not the driver, and yet the supplement industry has taken that number and pinned it very neatly onto a tablet and convinced millions of people to buy it. So what actually happens when you test the magnesium supplement directly, stripped away from the healthy diet around it? There is a way to do exactly that. You take two groups, you give one of them a real magnesium supplement, and you give the other an identical dummy pill like a Smartie or just a sugar tablet, and you wait. That is what we call a randomized controlled trial, and it is the closest thing that we have to proof of cause and effect. Now, the creator of that original video actually admitted that he doesn't pay much attention to these trials, that he sees them as delayed data. Now, to anybody who has half a brain cell, that should make your ears prick up, because the moment you wave away these sorts of trials, you get to keep all of the exciting observational numbers while never testing whether the pill itself does anything useful. This is what we mean when we talk about correlation versus causation. And history is literally littered with what goes wrong when people make that sort of mistake. For years, observational studies showed that women taking hormone replacement therapy had less heart disease. So for a while, it was actually given partly to protect the heart. Then they ran the proper randomized trials, and it not only failed to protect the heart, it slightly raised the risk. And it's the same story with something called beta-carotene, which is the antioxidant that you find in carrots. People who ate more of it seemed to have less lung cancer, so the obvious move was to put it in a pill and then to sell it. But when they tested that pill in smokers in a very large trial, it did literally the opposite. It increased lung cancer rates, and they had to stop the study early. Now, in both cases, the food was a marker for something healthy, and the isolated pill either did nothing or it did some harm. That is exactly the trap that we are looking at here. So, what do the magnesium trials actually show when you run them? This is the really, really interesting part. This is the important part that I want you to remember, because, again, this is the whole picture. This is the whole point of this video. When you gather all of these big trials together, a magnesium supplement produces a very small effect on one measure of insulin resistance. And that is about as far as it goes. It mostly does not lower your fasting blood sugar. It mostly does not lower your insulin. It mostly doesn't improve your long-term sugar marker, which is your HbA1c, unless people take it for several months or years. So watch what just happened there. Take away the whole food diet, give people the isolated pill, and that sort of monstrous 71% shrinks down to something that's barely there. The headline figure was never about magnesium on its own. It was about the broccoli and the beans and the kale and the whole grains that the magnesium came wrapped in. Now, somebody asked me a very fair question when I was making this video, and they said to me, but what if you genuinely are deficient? Surely then the supplement really does work and it does do some good. And it is a good question. And if you truly are low, then correcting that shortage does help, and it's worth doing. But notice the two words that matter there. It helps a bit. Fixing a real deficiency gives you a modest, sensible improvement. It doesn't hand you the 71% that we talk about in this video, because that number never came from topping up a deficiency in the first place. It came from an entire healthy lifestyle that no tablet can actually copy. Now, the very same trick gets used with vitamin D in that video as well from this other person, where supposedly only 3% of people on vitamin D progress to diabetes against 28% on a placebo. Now, obviously, that is a jaw-dropping number. The trouble, though, is that the large, careful trials, the ones with thousands of people, show vitamin D cutting progression by only around 11 or maybe 12%, and often not even reaching the bar where we can be confident it is real rather than just by chance.
Dovolíme pánovi Štolverkovi. Pánovi Štolverkovi do nosa trochu vody, snad si dal 2 glgy. Aj pán Štúverka si dal 2 glgy. Všetko je OK. Oh. Ideme. Napijeme sa posledné várky tohto. Dneska bude problém s pietivom. Dneska nepijem dennú várku. Ale je pravda, že som si dal tie koktely, tam bola voda. No nič, dneska to bude problém. Nič no, budem piť dlhšie ešte v noci. Nepredspávam viacej, budem piť do tej druhej. No. No. No, naposledy to bolo. Takže 18. augusta boli pingvíni. Teraz sú vtáci. Na to. Ups. No. No. Takže páni, snad sa vidíme. Snad sa vidíme. Snad sa vrátim z Oštajky a potom to samozrejme rozbalím. Poznám, som zabudol na toto. Fuck off. Ale... Až snad sa vidíme. Kde sme skončili? A postupne, takže môžete zabaliť, dá sa povedať. Toto je problém. Health Champions. Dobre. Takže... Aby som povedal, že to môžeme zabaliť. A snad sa vidíme zajtra, páni. Snad sa vidíme. Tak zatiaľ držme sa.